Good morning, my friends. Are you awake yet? We have a lot of stuff to talk about today. Thank you, Court K. She put up our Facebook link. We do have a Facebook page. We have several Facebook groups. I shut a lot of them down because I just don't have time to keep up with them. And just too much food to cook and not enough burners, if you know what I mean. But it is a fun page, and we have a very fun Facebook group. What is going on? I'm telling you what. Hang on. Insanity Mom said, it's my birthday. I'm here and loving you. Well, I know how to start the day. First, I have to wake everybody up. Let's wake up. Let's get our coffee. Now OJ is attacking the computer. Go figure. He would love to have a bald eagle and a mean-ass rooster. We'll talk about that later. He's been full of piss and vinegar today. But our friend Insanity Mom is celebrating yet another trip around the sun with us. Let's please tell her happy birthday. Well, the birthday greetings turned him off. I guess OJ doesn't care about anyone's birthday except for his own. That's okay. That's just how he is. OJ's kind of a narcissist that way. So who did I miss in the pre-party? Tassels keeps that I'm at work, at a chicken arbiter, and oh, the roosters. I didn't mean to mess up your job. Our friend Rhonda's here. Patty's back. We have some new names. And we have some names that haven't been around for a while. So, let's tell everyone Happy Taco Tuesday. Hola, welcome your neighbor. So glad you are here. Today is a big day for Harmony Montgomery. We are definitely going to be talking about that this week because it is the start of jury selection. Now, they do not have her body, as you know, but the DA in New Hampshire just said, I'm going for it. Just like our friend Phil just went for it and gifted 10 Crime Lines and Lies memberships. Do you know how cool Phil is? When we had our Groundhog Day special, which is OJ's other favorite holiday, he loves Thanksgiving for obvious reasons. That's the reason he's been having trouble jumping in the window, because he has a gut that would actually make Stacy Wondra jealous lately. And he loves Groundhog Day. Phil won a prize by gifting memberships. And I said, where do you want me to send it? He said, give it to someone else. Well, she said, thank you so much for that, for growing the community and just being awesome. Already, we've got to get her umbrellas. Thank you so much. Thank you. So today is the start of jury selection for Harmony Montgomery. Woo, sometimes in jury selection, more and more comes out. It's also a big day for our friend Shani. She is in the running. She's a longtime member, a long-term moderator. She just took a little break. She is in the running to be on the cover of Inked magazine. Now, I put it on the Facebook group. I'm going to put it on our members tab, sharing it with all of you right now. You can vote daily. And let's get this sexy beast on the cover. Let's do it. Let's do it. She's an amazing person. She had a tough 2023, and I couldn't be more proud that she took a leap like this to do it. I do have one tattoo. I got drunk in Vegas one time, and it's a pink bow. Took a lot of margaritas to get that done. So no competition here. No. No. You're extremely gorgeous inside and out, and I think we can get you there. So, like I said, big day for Herman Montgomery. Always a big day for us. Big day for our friend Shani. But a sad day in the music world and for the state of Oklahoma, not to take anything away from anybody. Toby Keith has passed away. Yep. He was just on our local news a couple of weeks ago and basically said, whatever happens, happens. He's just not scared. He has faith in God, and he feels that with what God has given him, he has done all he can do. He feels that he used every tool in the toolbox. Next month would have been his 40th wedding anniversary. Him and Trisha have raised 3 great children. I heard him sing at a local church. This was umpteen years ago. And he was singing In the Sweet By and By. So let's have a moment of silence for Toby Keith, and we will be doing a tribute show to him this week. Cancer sucks, my friends, and it has touched everybody, sometimes personally, sometimes within their family, sometimes their children, their pets. It has touched everybody somewhere. He had stomach cancer, and he'd been dealing with it for 2.5 years. Now, this was on my local news a couple of weeks ago. This is actually KOCO from Oklahoma City, but KOTV picked it up. He was a true Oklahoman, a true boomer Sooner. The Sooners will never be the same without him on the sideline. A true patriot, to the point when his daughter got into the music world, he said, I don't want them taking out on you the political stands I've made. Well, nothing political here. You just sang your heart out. And again, set your reminders. We will be doing a tribute.
And thank you. The world waking up to the news. Country music superstar and Oklahoma native Toby Keith has passed away. He died overnight after a battle with stomach cancer.
He was 62 years old. Toby Keith, a true American patriot, loved our veterans. And it was just 2 weeks ago tomorrow night that we ran our one-on-one with Toby Keith, really the last television interview that he did, where he shared with me really very poignantly, Lacey, about just the issues of dealing with stomach cancer. He fought the battle for 2.5 years. And I just wanted you to hear more from him this morning about how he was at peace where his life was. Here's what Toby Keith told me last November.
And I just got to a point where I was comfortable with whatever happened. I had my brain wrapped around it, and I was in a good spot either way. So people without faith don't have that.
A true country legend, Toby Keith.
Yes.
It's hard to believe he's gone.
Tributes pouring in. Let's get to Storm Jones. He's standing by in the newsroom with more. Storm?
Robin and Lacey, Toby Keith's family shared that heartbreaking news early this morning, saying Toby had passed away peacefully, surrounded by his family overnight. And almost immediately, the reaction came pouring in. Country music singer Randy Houser says on social media, "God bless you and your family. Hard to imagine an America without Toby Keith in it." Golfer John Daly says, quote, "My heart is truly broken. One of my best friends gone by this disease. Rest in peace, big dog." Morgan Wallen says, "Heartbreaking news. Praying for his family. Thanks, Toby, for being someone a singer like me could look up."
I was muted. I said, I'm going to fix it for the news anchor who's afraid of using cursey words, which I hate that when people put that in titles. It's like, look, I'm an adult. If you cuss, you cuss. That's between you and YouTube. Between whatever. So no, he skipped over badass to someone. Morgan said, heartbreaking news, praying for his family. Thanks, Toby, for being a badass and someone a singer like me could look up to. R.I.P., big dog.
Up to. Rest in peace. Finally, fellow Oklahoman and country music singer Zach Bryan says, "Too many rides in my old man's car listening to Toby Keith. Really hard thing to hear. Rest in peace, friend. We love you." There's also been an outpouring this morning from those in the armed forces. Toby Keith performed 11 times, 11 tours for troops in war zones. I want to read you one remembrance this morning on social media. A woman writes, quote, "March 2003, I was 7 months pregnant. My daughter was 19 months old, and my husband was 7,000 miles away in Iraq. Toby Keith's Red, White, and Blue got me through the rough days. I would blare it on the CD player, and my daughter and I would dance around the living room. I can't express how much it helped my mental health with that song. Toby encouraged me when times got too hard. That song was my mantra. I am forever grateful. My love to his family." So many similar reactions expressed in that one this morning. Toby Keith's music touched so many lives. In the newsroom, Storm Jones, Oklahoma's own News 9.
Now, I believe it's going to be a very public funeral. If you guys would like me to stream it from our local news, I will. If they don't, then we're just going to have our own tribute. Always. Sassy Nas said he was such a help when the huge tornadoes destroyed a city in Oklahoma and over here in Kansas to boots on the ground. He did. This was the right place at the time to have a tornado, because you would just never know when Toby would show up in an old pickup truck and have his young sons with him and start moving debris. What do you need? And if you ever met him, he never acted like he had all this money or anything. When I went to the I Love This bar at the Hard Rock Casino, I don't know if he opened that one first or the one in Oklahoma City. Anyone that ordered calf fries, he would go straight to their table and let them know that his are bigger than those fried balls on their plates. So he kept himself humble. And it's really odd. Well, not really, because we have emotions. How people that we don't know, we don't hang out with, can touch our lives in many ways, which is a good segue into today's show. Because I think in more than a few ways, Michael Vaughn and his family have touched our lives. And I've been seeing a lot of you out there on those YouTube streets. Let me tell you what, you are Monkey's Army. And I'm loving it. I am loving it. Today we're going to talk quite a bit about Brandon and his mother, a lot, but we are going to touch on Stacy and Sarah. Don't worry, Adrian, you're going to get a turn real quick. Let's first go through the comments from the last show. Our friend Liplock is in here, and I would love for her to tear these imbeciles a new one. Let's hear it. Lip lock, lip lock, lip lock, lip lock. Oh, right. Our friend Leah. Let me tell you. She goes through the shows minute by minute. Think I'm about to call her the general in Monkey's Army. Obviously, we know that would be Brandy and Tyler. But listen to this. She said at 1 hour, 42 seconds, or 1 hour, 42 minutes from the last show, can I ask where the duffel bag is now? I mean, do the authorities have it? His answer, no. How does he know law enforcement doesn't have it? If I didn't know where it was, I'd say, I don't know. Or ask Brandon. Or how would I know? It was a very quick no. Let's look at that.
He took off, made it to Cuna. Brandon went in to go do his laundry, took the duffel bag in. I get where you guys can kind of be like, oh, well, that's, it's kind of weird. It wasn't weird to me, considering I literally watched him.
Sure.
Every move that he made.
And can I just ask where the duffel bag is now? Like, do police have that? Did police confiscate that?
No, I don't know. I think Brandon has it in.
Okay, first he says, not me. Then he says, no. Well, I think Brandon might have it in North Dakota. Sus deluxe. Leah goes on to say at 1 hour, 52 minutes, he said, we had to come to a stoplight. Now, he has us picturing it being back roads, but now there's a light. He didn't say a stop sign. He proceeds to add additional info about how Sarah got out to pee at a stoplight. Sounds like it's a public place. Well, it's not. This is more deflection from Stacy. Stacy realizes that with all his talking, that he has put out a lot of things that make us go, She said, in my opinion, has anyone followed along on a map to see if there really are stoplights along this route? It is interesting words that he chose. Let's go to that mark and pick up what Lee is putting down.
Gave the truck too much gas and jolted the truck or his car and snapped the tow strap. So we had to pull off to the side of the road, and there she is. And I had to get out, and Sarah was in the truck, Brandon was in his car. I got out, reattached the tow strap. I had to double knot it, which made this tow strap significantly shorter. And then Sarah got out for a quick second, walked around the truck on the side of the road, and used the bathroom. And then got back into the truck. That's where that came into the play.
And although he denies it on other shows, we heard it ourselves, him saying that she went inside to Tina's house to pee. Now, that doesn't mean that she didn't have to pee again, because it took him a while to get back. But you can't deny that she had to get out and pee at the time that the toe strap broke. He even took it a step further and let Justin know that she didn't wipe. He took it a step further on another channel and said that when she was squatted down, she pooped. So these are things that obviously sticking out in your brain. And we all agree to disagree on here. But the more that these four talk, the better off it is for law enforcement, because the smallest slip could be that last piece of the puzzle they've been waiting on. Trust me, I don't want to hear from the devil either. Spirit Seeker Squad said 1 hour, 16 minutes. No, sorry, 1 hour exactly and 16 seconds. But he was not in Ontario. According to his own receipt, he was in Payette. This is very important. Very important. He's trying to sell us this bill of goods that he went to the A&W in Ontario. And she put it together for us. He was in Payette. This is from our friend Spirit Seeker Squad.
Sterling said, so A&W is at 3:30 and it's an hour and a half drive to get home. Would that get you back to the location at about 5 p.m.-ish, or what? Can you clarify that kind of timeline for us?
A&W is in Ontario, Sterling. So it takes to go from Ontario to Fruitland is about maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, depending on which part of Ontario you're in. This one was taken at the Arby's parking lot the day of the night in question. Oh, you'll see right here, 400 South 6th Street takes you directly.
That's his receipt. As he's trying to tell us that because of what he found on his old iCloud, which, by the way, law enforcement already had all that. This is Payette. So did we go to A&W in Ontario and not have a receipt for that? And then Arby's in Payette? I know he's a big old boy, but how much is he going to eat that day? Plus, he said they ate dinner when he got back. That Sarah is a one-armed paper hanger. You mean she had all that going on all day? And when they get back to the Fruitland house, she makes dinner for everyone?
To the Arby's building, which is, keep in mind, July 27th, 2021, 3:37 p.m. There's this to show y'all. Arby's was exactly on that road right there. Or sorry, not Arby's, A&W. This one was taken after leaving the parking lot of A&W. You'll see, just zoom in real close. Highway 95. We'll go back. This picture was taken
Where was the 45-minute drive then? It wasn't
coming from coming back home.
Okay. So the A&W was in Fruitland.
They have an A&W in Fruitland, and they have an A&W in Ontario.
Where was this A&W then?
In Ontario, that's what I said.
Gotcha. But it's 15 minutes. So where did you go? I understand what you're saying, and I thought Ontario was really close too, but you went someplace and it was a 45-minute to an hour and a half drive. Where was that?
Oh, that was the night before. That was the
Gotcha.
day before we went fishing at Owyhee Reservoir.
Okay. Okay. So you're home at about, so what time were you home then after A&W? So what time did you get home?
Probably about
27.
4 o'clock if I had to put a time on it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you went straight home? Like, did you see any
Didn't stop
children?
anywhere. No.
Okay.
The next video I share will be going over the timestamps of the day of July 27th, 2021 per Stacy Wondra.
Ilyanka, you're so right. A million errands, Stacy. You said Sarah and Brandon immediately left to search for Michael. And now Sarah squeaked in making y'all dinner too. Now, the dinner is when they all met back at the house. He got done with his taxi run. And they all met back at the house. And this is after Sarah and Brandon dropped off Adrian in Nampa. Not Boise, Nampa. So they ate dinner and then they set out to go get the tow truck. To tow the Mercedes. Very interesting about the Mercedes. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And of course, they just barely get down the road and they have to stop and put power steering fluid in. And that happens to be when they see the child. And as it's been pointed out, Lauren did a great job. So she said, this is the timeline that the police are giving. They have given this timeline. He's like, I know. The timeline of Michael's abduction is 6:40 to 7 o'clock. I have a feeling when it all comes out, it's going to be a much shorter timeline. I think the most important timestamp that Stacy gave over was this. He puts them on Highway 16. He takes a picture of one of the parts of the Mercedes. Because with all the problems he was having with Brandon, he said he took the picture because he knew he was going to have to replace it. Why not take a picture when you get home? Why not do it when you were there? How did you know that you were going to have to replace that when you're on the side of the highway fixing the tow strap and Sarah is peeing? But it says 9:56 p.m. 9:56. Michael was abducted between 6:40 and 7. So at this point, we've already bought ourselves 3+ hours. You know how I'm about time. Shelley Klein said, I wonder if the feds are really looking at these child predators who were neighbors right next door to the Wondras. If the dogs hit on the Wondras property due to a tip from Stacy, that disgusting pig, and the dogs hit on Brandon's mom's house, which they did, there is a big problem. So how many will go to prison for Michael's death? Even having knowledge of this crime. Hang on, OJ keeps unplugging things. What is going on here? Go watch your birds and your squirrels. I'll be done in a little bit. She said, so how many will go to prison for Monkey's death? Even having knowledge of this crime will send someone to prison for many years. Yep, there's more arrests coming. Well, authorities said that themselves. Others associated with the Wanderers, Shirtlift and Lucian, may also have knowledge of the abduction of Michael. They are highly encouraged to come forward to speak with detectives. So it's not just these 4. Other people knew what was going on. They might not know that they abducted Michael that day. They might not know where they were keeping him while the search was going on, but they might know something that will help them. Calm Down Beaches, what a cool name, said the company these people keep. So was it Stacy that beat up Dave Fears, or was Stacy a part of his team that was ripping people off? Dave never paid people. I'm so curious of this friendship. And the visit the day that Michael was abducted. Dave loved Bully Reservoir in Oregon. I believe it's about 50 minutes away from Stacy's home. They should search that area, in my opinion. Yes, yes, and yes, Calm Down Beaches. Yes, yes, and yes. Because Labor Dave has got his name all over this. Not because I think he's a suspect, but because Stacy brings him up in all the right places. So besides Bully Reservoir, Grants Pass, because that's a very odd story, and Walla Walla, these three places have my brain tripping. Here is a little shot of Labor Dave. He says, this is a whole, damn ads. Son of a bitch. Hang on, I got to go back and find it. He said, this is a whole different kind of pain. Boise business owner says he was viciously beaten by disgruntled employee. Wonder who would do that to old Labor Dave. David Fears, owner of Labor Dave Handyman Services, says an argument about money with an employee turned violent when said employee attacked him.
The psychological profile did make him destined to murder.
Detectives now have the killer's DNA profile, and we're all going to get some answers.
We, the jury, find the defendant. Hair in the back of my neck stood up.
Well, a Boise business owner is trying to heal and recoup his losses after he says he was viciously beaten by a former employee. David Fears, who owns a handyman business, says he's been unable to work since he was attacked last week. And we do have a warning here for you. Some of these pictures of his injuries are tough to look at. They are graphic. Fears says he was jumped by his employee and 4 other men after a dispute about money. The attack left him with black eyes, and Fears says he needs facial reconstructive surgery.
I got somewhere between 6 and 9 fractured bones in my face, which include everything from the under the orbital areas of the bone structure, affecting the jaw slightly. So basically, my face is like the bone structure is a floating mess right now. This is a whole different kind of pain. I have to sleep upright.
Now, Fears filed a police report, and according to court records, his alleged attacker is facing battery and injury to property charges. It's unclear, though, if the other men he says were involved are charged. Since he's been out of work, one of Fears' clients started a GoFundMe to help out. If you'd like to contribute, we have a link in this story. It's online at ktvb.com right now.
Go back to what the comments said. Look at the company they all keep. Erica said, I know this has not much to do with anything, but I want to do a deep dive into the religious stuff Sarah is into. Well, good luck, because we don't even know what religion, and she seemed to jump on the Jesus train after she knew that she was part of something that would land her in hell. Colleen said, Stacy talking, he wasn't okay with it anymore. I did not want to take part in it. What is the it he is referring to? Be careful, Stacy. You almost let it slip out. She gave me a minute mark. Let's look at it.
I just wasn't okay with it anymore. And
listen, watch how he's acting. He gave permission. Then we hear behind my back. He said to us he couldn't stand listening to those two doing the Humpty dance in the other room. I mean, they didn't even do a courtesy sheet change for bitch boy.
I just wasn't okay with it anymore. And I didn't want to take part in it. Brandon and I have had good times. We had some bad times, but just for the best of everything, I just don't want nothing to do with them.
Well, do you think Brandon could have done it then and is framing you?
I have no idea. Again, we were all gone that night. So that's why nothing adds up. Like, nothing adds up.
Nothing adds up. Something does add up. A lot adds up. For one, Stacy gave them the information that Michael Vaughn was in the backyard. They didn't just take his word for it because, well, that would be silly. When authorities approached Sarah, and I'm saying that lightly, on that Friday night, she said Stacy did it. Let me read this to you. According to court documents, police forced entry into the Wanderous home around 9:30 p.m. Friday, where they found Sarah laying in all her luxury. She was detained and read a copy of the search warrant. When I got to the portion that read murder, she said, "Did you just say murder multiple times?" She also said, "I have never murdered anyone." Such a regular thing to be asked when police bust into your house on a Friday night. Personally, me, I would just get a lawyer right away. I'd be coming unglued. "I have never murdered anyone," Sarah said. Officials said Sarah maintained that she definitely did not kill that boy. Said the Most High God already told me who did it. She told police, "Oh, wow. The Most High God just told me that Stacy was the one who killed him and buried him in the yard of the neighbor's house." Now, I have spoken to Carson Starkey. They did not have to have a warrant. He let him go right back there. They ran the dogs, they used drones, and they probed all over his yard. Nothing. They found nothing. When they did all the same things to the Wanderer's yard, it lit up like a Christmas tree. But Michael had been moved. When asked later to show police where the boy was buried, according to the affidavit, she told police of a spot near the entry of her residence and said Stacy had buried him in the backyard by the shed. Police said by that point they had begun hand digging a portion of the Wanderer's yard based on information received from Stacy. Stacy also told them he was buried in the backyard. Stacy had not been arrested or charged by Monday afternoon. Now, this was in November of 2022. It wasn't clear when or why police had spoken with Stacy Wanderer, but Stacy is the one that told them. She corroborated that information and said Stacy put him in the backyard. She goes on to say, "God just told me that Stacy was the one who did it." adding that she knew the body was in the neighbor's yard because that's what Stacy just told me. She then corrected herself and said that's what God told her. She again reiterated that she had nothing to do with Michael's disappearance. She said her husband buried Michael in the backyard by the shed, but wasn't the one who actually harmed Michael. She said instead that a man identified only as Adrian had been the one that done it, and he was scared to tell anyone. Now, as we know, between a very long-going excavation of the backyard, they do know that Michael's remains were at one time in that backyard. Stacy is now saying he just made it all up because he was getting too tired of being interrogated. Too tired. But imagine both him and Sarah having the same lie. A lie is a funny thing. Two people can tell you the exact same truth, but how can two people tell you the exact same lie? And through forensics, multiple agencies, they find out that both of them are actually telling the truth. Because they do know that Michael's remains were at one time in that backyard. Hence why Stacy let it slip about the duffel bag when he was talking to me. Stacy didn't lie. Sarah didn't lie. The dogs didn't lie. And the equipment didn't lie. Since they didn't find Michael, now they're lying. They're buying themselves time. That's it. That's what they're doing.
As how that would even become possible.
It just seems like if things were going well and there was a love triangle, maybe, I mean, do you think he's turned on you with police?
Brandon?
Yeah.
He'd have nothing to turn on me with. I wasn't even part of this.
Well,
There it is again. Brandon, he has nothing to turn on me because I wasn't even part of this. Now, Sarah said Stacy buried Michael in the backyard. Adrian is the one who harmed the boy. She doesn't bring up Brandon. She doesn't bring up Brandon. Nope. Funny thing about Brandon, a lot of funny things. Actually, I think we're going to need a lot of this spray. I think we're going to have to start buying this spray in bulk, my friends. Bitch spray. Because we've been dealing with a lot of bitches lately. In April of 2021, Brando, shirtlift, gave a shout out to T-Bird. That's what he calls his mother, Tina. Now, let me tell you, if you want to get under Brandon's skin, go ahead and just say anything about his mama or about his sister. I don't think Brando understands. I don't think Tina understands what position he has put his mother in. Because this is a public post, April 15th, 2021. Shout out to T-Berg for sponsoring the 99 bins. 100 much respect, much appreciated. Love you, Mom. That 99 bins she gave him sat in her yard from April 15th, 2021, and they just had to go get it with her out of town on July 27th, 2021. The day that Michael Vaughn was abducted. A month later, he posted another picture of him and his mother. There's Brando and T-Bird. So this story about how Brandon is not allowed in the house if she's not home is total BS. You see, she treats Brandon like he's a 3-year-old. He's her baby boy. She says back to him, I love you so much. Look at all that, those hearts coming up. You will always be my sweet baby boy, even though you'll be 29 years old next month. Do you really see her telling her baby boy, you can't be in the house if I'm not here? No way. No way. This is what she told KTVB. Shirtless mother Tina Muriel told KTVB in a message that police came knocking at her door and their cadaver dogs alluded to something on her property. She said the dog smelled poop outside near her crawl space. Remember who brought up crawl spaces? That would be Brandon. That would be Brandon. He said he just happened to be in Sarah and Stacy's room one day. Well, we know why he was in Sarah and Stacy's room. Because he'd been sleeping with Sarah. But this is a different crawl space. This is a crawl space in his mother's home. She said the dog smelled poop outside near her crawl space from her leaking toilet. Well, according to Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, cadaver dogs do not alert on human feces, and they are not trained to find it. They did alert to something outside of her crawl space. Well, not her crawl space. Her crawl space gave birth to Brandon. I'd have that thing sewed up if I was her. Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue. Cadaver dogs do not alert on human feces, or as Tina said, poop. They just smelled some poop. Tina said her baby boy is residing in North Dakota. She claims he has been cooperative and has nothing to hide. KTVB also reached out to Lucian but never received a response. Probably won't. Fruitland Police J.D. Huff told KTVB in a message that he still wants to keep the community updated and informed, but he also must maintain the integrity of the investigation as it is still ongoing. He said, justice for Michael and his family is my top priority. Now, I think everyone here is smart enough to know what that means. And I don't mean my crawl space dig at Tina. We all know. Brandon, on one hand, tries to play it off to JLR, who, by the way, did an amazing job with him. Amazing. That got a lot of wheels turning. And if Brandon has nothing to hide, then why is he hiding? Why is he hiding? If you've seen his mom's house, and know about her businesses, his silly little pot charge, she could pay that off with one swipe of a credit card. And he could come to Idaho, and he could be done with this in one way or another. But He's being hid out in North Dakota. See, and that's something Stacy is not understanding. You know, Stacy's been bumming around trying to get people to pay for hotel rooms, Jimmy John's, Ubers to get his drug testing done. I don't think it's occurred to him. Well, maybe it has. I mean, I explained it to him. No one's going to help him. But Brandon has his mother's help. Sarah has her mother's help. Both Kay, who is Sarah's mother, not biological, but I'm not going to get off on that right now. Tina, whose crawl space birthed Brando. Both of these moms are extremely protective of their adult children. They are both extremely aware of what's being said on YouTube. Kay is very aware of what's going on. She's actually sat in a courtroom before, not far away from Brandy and Tyler Vaughn. These are some very, very sick people. So as I was saying, on one hand, Brandon acts like he barely knows them, but he was there at the beginning of the lube business. He was advertising Wandra's Lube. This guy asked him, "Are you doing good?" He says, "Yes, sir. Just trying to do a little wrenching is all. Thank you, thank you. How's your day treating you, good sir?" He says, "Not bad, brother. Where's your shop located?" He said, Brother, it's located at 118 Southwest 1st Street, Ontario, Oregon. My friends are trying to start, all in caps, Wandra's Lube. There is already an awesome detail shop next door. Looks new." Then there's a picture of something. I can't make out what that is. Then in the post, he includes a picture of his new bosses. Here are the ones running Wandra's Lube. It really makes you wonder what came first, the chicken or the egg. See, a lot of these people they picked up, they found them from taxi rides. I mean, Adrian was found behind a dumpster. Tanner was a taxi ride, and others. I believe Caesar was a taxi ride. So what came first, the chicken or the egg? Who groomed who? Was it Sarah that drugged Stacy into her kinkiness and depravity? Or was it Stacy that groomed Sarah into his kinkiness and depravity? What do you all think? I'm on the fence about that one. I do like how Stacy shared this, where he shared some of his pictures from early afternoon, July 27th, 3:37. So instead of Stacy Wandra, he was Sexy Sarbear. All of their businesses between laundry, lube, travel, and taxi. That is called Trafficking 101, my friends. Start your own business. Have at it. But when you have so many businesses that have to do with travel, transportation, and bums, let's face it, you got a lot of bums around you. Not just bums, but RSOs. RSOs. Now, you know I like to give credit where credit is due. And this gentleman, Navalis, before we ever knew who the 4 suspects were, before we even realized there were multiple persons of interest. Navalis was always on the right track. I've been going through a lot of his old stuff. If anyone can put his link in here, this would be great. He posted this years ago, and this is when he was fighting with people left and right. Some of them went away. Some still say Tyler is the one responsible for Michael's abduction. Knowing what we know now, go through this with me. It is chilling.
Title of this video, but I really want you to do this along with me. So if you're watching on a PC or a TV, please take your phone out. And if you're watching on your phone, try to grab someone else's phone real quick there. If not, do it afterwards, and I'll show you a screen recording here. Right, so do you have your phones? Go to Google and go to Maps. Type in Fruitland. There you have it. Just in Idaho, and zoom in on south, down south. First off, look at that big road as well alongside it and the big easy access in. But zoom in just south.
Okay, remember, this was years ago. This is before. Now, Navalis is in Ireland. He doesn't know any of these people. I don't need any creators saying Navalis could be part of it. That's not where I'm going. I give credit where credit's due, because he was really close until, well, he got ran off. Think about what we know now, and let's go back a couple of years when he posted this.
What do you see? See a little auto station, a little garage, and then you have an elementary school, a middle school, a high school, a whole school district. What else do you have? Over on the left-hand side, you have Agile Homes. It looks like a business. And then Crestview Park. Crestview Park in a lovely green, inviting you to click it. So you have a school district down south, all the schools around, and then a little park over here in green. This is on Google Maps. Let's click on that and see what comes up. The first thing that comes...
The splash pad. We know that Stacy was confronted by detectives asking if he stopped at the splash pad. Now, his initial response to everything is no, no, no. Well, it's a different day in America when someone shows you a picture of your fat ass right outside of something.
Comes up is a picture of kids playing in the splash pad. It's the very first thing. So pictures of kids playing in the pool. This is all just around the corner now from Monkey's house. The fourth picture over is taken by the same user. Looks like it's on the same day. Now, if you were in my live the other day, you know about this, but I don't know whether they're his kids, whether they're someone else's kids, but you shouldn't be doing this anyway. But that's the first two pictures that you get if you click on the park next to the school district. These photos were uploaded in July 2021.
July of 2021. July of 2021. Michael Vaughn was abducted July 27th, 2021. I bet their Google search history is something else.
So anybody who's scouting this area or interested in kids that clicked on this in July 2021.
And he's right there at Southwest and Washington Street. We know because Stacy said it. I'm sure it can be easily proven by law enforcement. Well, we know for a fact that the dogs lost Michael's scent at the area Southwest 8th in Arizona. Stacy puts himself right there with Sarah and Brandon because we had an emergency power steering fill up. But we always keep our fuel topped off because he was mad when I told him that Brandon said they were at the Chevron filling up at 7 o'clock. Oh no, I always keep my tanks are always topped off. But I'll take off down the highway to go tow a 99 Mercedes with low power steering fluid.
One would have seen those photos. If you were looking on this map, it looks like you can get a better view of the park up on Cornwall Way. If this area was scouted for kids, remember it's across the road from a school district and has easy access to the road. Would they click on this park, on this photo? Would that attract a predator into the neighbourhood? If there was a dodgy tourist in the area or passing through Fruitland that day and they clicked on this park on Google and seen those photos, are they more likely or less likely to go have a look? And if someone went into this park that day for a look and they travelled up Cornwall Way to try and get in around the back to get a better look, when they turn around, when they go to come back out of that neighbourhood, there's a few seconds that day where they will have visibility of Monkey alone.
And there's the map. We heard Stacy say where he stopped, where he saw the kid that somehow became a Mexican kid that was more filled out, that was probably 9, 10, or 11. Couldn't have been Michael. But had on shorts and a lime green shirt. You know, I had some errands and stuff to run the other day, and I can't give you a description of one child I saw. Didn't even pay attention. I can tell there's a shorter person, but no, I couldn't tell you. Anybody else, when you go to the grocery store, when you see kids in the parking lot, kids in your neighborhood? Now, he can't tell you shit about shit, but he knows he stopped where the dogs lost Michael's scent, and he saw a kid, just being a kid in a neighbor's yard. Well, that would mean you would know the child. That would mean that you know the child. That would mean that you know that child does not belong in that home. Because you're saying he had a toy, he was just being a kid in the neighbor's yard. But he had time to think about it. So another show goes on and he goes, well, I just assumed it was his house. No, that's not what he said. He knew that child did not belong at that house. And yes, we have two different times. We have earlier in the day, he stopped at the splash pad, and we have later in the afternoon where he had Sarah and Brandon. At approximately the location where the dogs lost Michael Vaughn's scent, they had to refill this power steering fluid, which I have a feeling was a hoax. It was a farce. They didn't look so obvious with the hood up.
Shielded from view on a corner. Who clicked on this photo in July? I've clicked it about 30 times in the last few days. Was that tracked? Was I tracked when I scrolled over and looked at that fourth photo? It's a small park in a small town. There can't be that many people clicking on this photo in July. Has my data been tracked, and do Google now have a record of it? And is this something that the FBI can get easily? If they can, my data is now on a list of someone having access to that park, and all of you who played along with me is as well. If you did it on Wi-Fi, Google knows your phone and knows the address of where you were when you viewed it. And I think if this area was scouted out in July, or if there was a dodgy tourist in the area, there is a good chance they clicked on this park. These photos would have been nothing but a calling card, an invitation to go and get a better look. Is this what brought the person in that day? It could have been, and that's how easy it happens.
Now he's asking these questions because we didn't know about the 4 suspects. We didn't know about the Red Wing house. So when he says could be, obviously now we know different. That's why I said in hindsight, let's look at that. Absolutely crazy. Marisay said, why do you need power steering fluid if the car was on tow? We're not talking about that car. We're talking about the Sierra that they were leaving Fruitland with to go to Kuna to tow the Mercedes back. And I don't think Stacy ever went to Boise. I think when everything comes out, the taxi ride to Boise did not happen. I don't think it happened. At all. I don't. I also believe that the walking man is Brandon. I believe Sarah had everyone on errands that day to find a child. And I think Stacy was the most heated to find a child because he was getting really tired of listening to the, oh, Brandon, do it this way, Brandon. Brandon, you're so good. Oh, Brandon, I want you all the time. He was tired of that. Police said investigators believe they have identified a man seen walking near the splash pad at Crestview Park leading up to the time of the boy's disappearance. During a previous update in June, Huff said the man wasn't considered a suspect. Well, if that's Brandon, we know he is now. And you're not going to get anyone to see themselves on the TV and go, hey, that's me. I'm going to call him if they say you're a suspect. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. And if he went to the restaurant in Payette he's talking about, there's also a splash pad there. We know he already stopped at the splash pad in Fruitland. I think all the running around throughout the day of July 27th was to find a child. Crystal says, you can't keep a stolen child, though. What's the thought process? Criminals. Dude, these are criminals. I can't make sense of anything they do. You ought to see some of these crazy Facebook messages people are getting from Stacy right now. This is all to keep him in a hotel. He told me he got real shitty with me. He said, if you think I'm scared of getting indicted or going to jail, you're retarded. His words, not mine. Well, then what are you doing calling around for a extra night at the no-tell motel? What's sleeping under the bridge if you're not scared to go to jail? I bet you're shaking in your Crocs. Because we're not talking about going to jail for a gun that a felon wasn't supposed to have. We're not talking about going to jail for drugs. Oh, no. We're talking about harming a child. Harming a child. Mermaid said, Brooks, look up Labor Dave. I just went through the article. Is there something else I need to see, Mermaid? Yep, he did say that, Susie Sue. He said, I know what's coming. I love when Josh from the lab said, I think you know you're going to be indicted. And he was losing all the blood from his face. I mean, he had like a totally different complexion. And, you know, he was trying to be all cool, but he was just shaking that big old fat monster head of his. All right. Even though we have seen it before, we're going to go through it again Because Brandon. Dang, Brandon. I know you don't like at all what Stacy has been saying. He flipped the script. You know, Brandon actually kind of did you a solid, even though he called you fat and lazy and all that stuff. You're the one that brought everything out about him and Sarah together. Brandon played it cool. Of course, he had us guessing, he had us talking. Let me tell you what, Stacy, oh, Brando's shirt, B-Dog, he is not happy with you. When you see an inconsistency from B-Dog, from what Stacy told us, let me know and I'll stop the video because I have about 70 written down.
A lot of people are following the Michael Vaughn case, and people just want answers. People want Michael found. They want insight on the Wanderers. They want to know everything. So, you know, like, can you just explain what's going on here?
What's that?
Can you explain what's going on? Like, what happened? What went down? What's up?
Yeah, the people that I used to stay with sometimes on the weekend and drive taxi for or whatever, they're
okay, right there, Brandon goes, people I used to stay with on the weekend and drive taxi for. I do want to know what vehicle Brandon was using because the Mercedes was still in Kuna. Any of this can change in a heartbeat because, well, we know we know who we're dealing with. Because he was also a Domino's delivery driver for Domino's in Fruitland. Well, for that, you have to have a vehicle. I don't think he was riding around on a Schwinn like the newspaper boy. So he said sometimes on the weekend. Well, we know he'd been staying there for several months. That's not a weekend thing. He says he has a little van. I thought he was talking about his member. Let's say the little van is what he was using to do the taxi runs and pick up and deliver pizza. Let's say that's what it is. So if you've got transportation to do your Domino's runs and your taxi runs, then why on the afternoon, the evening of July 27th, 2021, when Michael Vaughn is abducted, did you just have to have that hunk of junk that your mother gave you in April back in Fruitland? There it is again. Shout out to T-Bird for sponsoring the 99 bins. 100% much respect appreciated. Love ya, Mom. But then you have the little van. Why July 27th was it so necessary to go get T-Bird's Mercedes? Thank you so much, Pat, for gifting the Crime Lines and Lies memberships. Everyone say thank you to our friend Pat.
They're involved in some big shit about. They're saying they know more about the Michael Vaughn case and everything like that. And I heard that they're saying that they actually killed him themselves.
Now, who said that?
I think the detectives told me that that's what Stacy and Sarah said themselves, is that they did it or they were involved in it or they know who did.
Interesting. You know,
I do agree with Brandon on that. I do. That the detectives told Brandon, because we know he about shit his pants when the FBI showed up to his job site in Montana. The detective said that Sarah and Stacy told them, well, we know they told him a lot because we have read the probable cause before it was sealed. And Stacy supposedly is the one that gave the fake tip, which turned out to be true. So both him and Sarah told the same lie that turned out to be true. Listen again.
That they did it, or they were involved in it, or they know who did.
Interesting. Do you know any names or other these people? Who are they?
One of the people that went to their house before was Tanner Butler. I just looked at my Facebook page now, and his name's Tanner Butler. He was staying there with me and Stacy and Sarah at the time. Like, all four of us were roommates.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead.
And then I guess the whole thing on how this started was the fact that Sarah, like, kind of threatened him, or like told him, get out of my house and don't come here no more because you were drinking, and I don't want you to be a bad influence on my poor little husband Stacy, blah blah blah.
So
yeah,
and that was the incident earlier this year, April, around the beginning of April, right? They got arrested.
Correct.
Who got arrested?
Sarah did. Sarah Wandra. And then Stacy. Okay, so Stacy got arrested first.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, Sarah got arrested not long after.
Okay, actually, Mr. Guzzle Guzzle doesn't remember very good because Sarah was arrested first, and then Stacy. Now, all three, Sarah, Stacy, and Brandon, were interrogated in May. The fake tip that wasn't a fake tip came through in November when they were excavating the yard. And no, they didn't take his work for it. His word, I'm sorry, they didn't take his word for it. They did other testing in the yard. I like how some of these dum-dums say, well, they never said it was Michael's remains, just that they found remains. How many sets of human remains do you have in your backyard? You know, I hear some pretty goofy stuff on YouTube. I mean, I really do. I would say that one won the Idiot of the Week, though. Sarah went to jail first, then Stacy in 2022.
And that was all over guns. It was all over a .17 caliber, some kind of a little gun they had.
Yeah, I saw the reports, and I saw that I read the indictment of Stacy, and he was trying to sell a gun. I think it's the gun you just described, to a gun shop out in New Plymouth.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So, but you're saying Sarah got in a fight with this Tanner guy around the same time in her house.
Right after he went to give that gun to somebody else, then that is when he went and tried to sell the gun to that gunsmith guy. And then right after that, Sarah was arrested for threatening that other roommate kid with a Glock or a gun or some shit that they weren't even supposed to have.
So it was all over Tanner drinking in the house.
Yes.
It's interesting that you say that because I've observed posts from Sarah, you know, that she would make in her taxi group. She had a group called Faith Taxi, right? And she would make posts saying, I am not going to pick up anyone and deliver them to buy drugs or alcohol. I forbid that.
Yeah, she's nuts. Who cares? A cab fare is a cab fare. A lot of people use Ubers, cabs, whatever you want to call them, because it's safer than driving drunk. If you feel like you've had too much at dinner time and you need to get home, you do the safe thing. However, we asked Stacy about this. Why was Brandon allowed to drink in the house, but no one else? If you remember, if not, you'll have to go back and look at it. We'll go through it again. Stacy said even Sarah drank in the house. She drank. Adrian drank. Brandon drank. He drank. I think the whole I don't want drugs, alcohol, any of that stuff, just like I love Jesus and I owe Jesus for everything, was from her guilty conscience.
I don't do drugs and alcohol. I don't want to be around drugs and alcohol. Something in that sense.
Yes, sir.
So,
nobody, and I mean nobody is going to jump on Sarah's pocket without some hops and barley in their system. No one. No one. And since Stacy said what really made him mad. Now, not all the thousands of dollars that Brandon owed them. Not these silly trips to Kuna to get water and tow his Mercedes for free. It was Brandon sleeping with Sarah. He wasn't even upset about Sarah cheating on him and bringing home the herpes. But the fact that this continued and continued and continued, you can't tell me that Brandon didn't have to shotgun a 12-pack to get on this Mount Vesuvius. Hell no. Of course he did. Look at what he's doing right now in the hot tub, just trying to recollect all the nasty stuff they all did together.
Maybe, she's just didn't want alcohol in the house. How long was Tanner staying there for?
He was staying there for I'd say we had a relationship for 2 or 3 months off and on, where he'd just kind of come in, and then they gave him a taxi ride one day, and then they said that he could come kind of stay with them at nighttime a little bit so he could get a job in the day. And they're just trying to help him, give him a place to stay at night so he could work in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, get back on his feet, and then he's going to go back to his parents or whatever.
Interesting. So how long were you there at the house for?
I probably knew him for 2 years in total, and I probably stayed with them off and on for a year, because I went out and drove taxis at their little faith taxi business.
Liar. You were living in the house, Brandon, with Randy Strickland while both of them were in jail. You didn't just go and flop on the weekends. You were there without Sarah and Stacy with Randy Strickland. It's always made me wonder, with those two in jail, if you and Randy, can't really say much about Randy because he's not a suspect. I'm just wondering if you all didn't move Michael. We know that your grandfather left a green cemetery to your mother where you don't have to have a casket. You really don't have to have much of anything to bury anybody. It's marked by a tree, a rock. It's not your standard cemetery like everything else they do. This isn't a weekend flop. And Sarah's mother, Kay, who owns the home with her husband, knew that Brandon and Randy were over there while Sarah and Stacy were in jail.
business.
Yeah.
So I take people to Walmart and give them groceries and help them out in the community and stuff like that. And then I'd go back and kind of hang out with them at nighttime, and we'd do a little barbecuing, drink a couple beers, or whatever.
Yeah.
And then after that, that was pretty much it.
Did how much did they pay you doing the taxi? What were they paying?
Usually they charge like $2.25 or 50 cents a mile. So basically, they'll go out and let people go where they want to go, and they just cover the fuel and give them like a little tip or whatever to help them with groceries.
Okay. Did they have other people working for them besides you?
Yeah, they had one other guy that was working there, and then me and Stacy and Sarah. So there's like 4 total.
What was the other person's name? Do you know?
The other guy was I want to say it was another Hispanic guy that was my friend that they met during that time.
Yeah.
I know who it is. I know who it is. Drum roll, please. He's not a Hispanic guy. He's sitting in the back seat by B-Dog. That is Cesar Garudo. All of these people find each other on Craigslist. They're scummier than Facebook Marketplace. Caesar. That's the reason I believe that Walking Man is Brandon. They have a different build. I could be wrong. But Stacy gets very, very nervous when you ask if Walking Man is Brandon. That's a story for a different day. Here's Caesar's charges. Right there it says ethnicity non-Hispanic. Children, lewd conduct with. Witness intimidation. I'm going to guess that is of the child, which is why it took him so long to arrest him. Hang on. Crystal said, Craigslist is dangerous, not like it was when I first came out. Yeah, I bought a dining room table from Craigslist. Love it. $50. Cost me more to have it moved than to buy it. But it didn't come with a child.
And we kind of hung out, and he had an SUV, and we drove around a little bit and talked, and he kind of stayed there like 1 or 2 nights. And then after that, he just kind of headed out.
You don't know his name?
I want to say it was like, it wasn't Jesus. It was like, it was kind of like Caesar or Jesus, kind of like one of those names, but it started with a J.
No. And he's not Hispanic. It says right there, ethnicity non-Hispanic, Cesar Anthony Garudo. He knows who he is. He knows exactly who he is. No one in their ring, including their own mamas, are worth a damn. And there's 2 mamas in particular that I think could help law enforcement out a lot. And that would be, in my opinion, Sarah's mother, Kay, and Brandon's mother, Tina. Now, I did have a quick conversation with Kay one day, and she is very short, very bitchy, and to the point. I know you're listening, Kay. How you doing today? She throws a lot of shade at the family of Michael Vaughn. You see, there's a handful of people that would rather see these scumbags. Sorry, Stacy is covered up because Chef Dude Let's give a second to tell Chef Dude thank you for gifting the Crime Lines and Lies memberships. Thank you for being here, Chef Dude. Chef Dude said, thank you for everything you do to help bring justice to Monkey and his family, Brooks. Well, thank you too, because I know it's rough out there. As I said, there's a handful of people, and I'm going to go ahead and name some names. Of course, this is in my opinion only. The two off the top of my head would be Kay Ramsey and Tina Muriel. They would much rather these four walk free than their children pay for their alleged crimes. Makes you wonder what makes their clock tick. They love their children. They're extremely protective. They've talked to law enforcement. They know what's known. Have they thought about what this family is going through? Have they seen anything? Well, I mean, let's look at this first.
I'd like to note that after a year-long thorough investigation, the family is not a focus of our investigation at this point. They are continuing to fully cooperate with us in all of our efforts from the investigation standpoint. Today, as members of this community,
Okay, now some people will say that when J.D. Huff publicly said the family is not a focus of this investigation. Now, of course, he said at this point, because things can always change. But it's not going to change because they know where Brandy and Tyler were. Have they yet said that Sarah, Stacy, Adrian, and Brandon are not a focus of the investigation? Do we not see a press conference where they publicly put the scarlet letter on every one of them and said, this is what we're looking at. This is what we're dealing with. I just want to know how Kay and Tina are going to support their adult children when everything is made public. How are they going to face the family of Michael Vaughn?
What is that, monkey? Bear. What is that? Hi.
Hi, Bear.
Hi, Bear. Hi, baby.
All right, where'd you go? Oh, he went back the other way.
Hi, Dad.
But it wasn't Caesar, the guy that was in the car with you in that picture, right? Not him.
Right, because that was when that picture was taken. I only met him like one or two other times before that. Stacy took me over to his house and we picked him up for a taxi ride, and we took him to just one of his friends, and then came right back. And then we were all just chilling.
Yeah. So you're saying that this Tanner guy did it. He must have done this to Michael. Tanner had to do something. You're hearing or you know?
No, I don't think Tanner did anything like that. I just know that Tanner and Sarah got in a fight, and that's why she got charged.
Anything like that. Brandon, you know Tanner wasn't anywhere around. You know he was brought into the fold much, much later. She got in trouble for what she did to Tanner. Now, according to Stacy, when she got to jail, she snitched on Stacy and he went to jail. But listen to the wording. I don't think Tanner would do anything like that. Well, what is that? What is that? Because it seems that when you just put it in a nutshell, let me say, and you just call the abduction of Michael Vaughn, that It sounds to me like you know way more what that is than we can even wrap our minds around right now.
In the first place, is because she didn't handle the situation properly.
Okay, so going back to the couple weeks ago when authorities went to the Wanderers' house with a warrant for the property to dig up looking for Michael, what brought them there? Like, who said what? Who said what to bring them there? Did the detectives tell you?
I think that they said that the cadaver dogs, they brought dogs over there and it alerted, like on a scent trail or something.
Mm-hmm.
And there was rumors that there was a little tricycle bike over there and a little shirt or something like that.
But why would people spread rumors? Are you thinking they were just trying to pin it on them?
Possibly. Yeah, I think that they were, I don't know.
Listen, dipshit, rumors don't get people in jail. Rumors might get a from the police, I need to talk to you, but they don't get people put in jail. Evidence does. Evidence gets people detained and arrested. Conviction is from a jury that sees all the evidence. It's very sad how bad the American educational system has failed so many of these assholes. And criminals know the law better than lawyers. All these rumors. The whole state of Texas would be one big solid cell if rumors get you arrested.
Yeah, because it is interesting, and I'm so dumbfounded on this because we all want answers. Everybody wants answers, right? Everyone wants the truth. Right. And I appreciate you telling me because, believe it or not, me digging in on you, I'm thinking, okay, this Brandon guy is involved because Sarah got arrested. But at the same time, people are like, well, Sarah's like kind of crazy, right? She's kind of mentally ill, and she could just been rambling, hey, I buried the body, when it's not true.
Yeah, and even if there was any bit of a slight suspicion or whatever that happened, I'm glad that they went there and looked because that would be a way to find more clues to what is going on.
Yeah, because you told me you don't think Sarah or Stacy did this.
I don't think that they're capable of doing it because they're just kind of like normal people that just have little businesses trying to get money, just barely scraping to get by. They don't,
And then, okay, like what other business they got? They got the taxi business. What else?
And then they have an oil change business. So they started Wandra's Lube, and that's what came up on the Google when you Googled it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and you were happy about that, dude. You were happy about it. I mean, you were happy. Look at this. This guy says, you good? Brando. Yes. Still just trying to do a little wrenching is all. Thank you. How's your day treating you? Good one? Not bad, brother. Where's your shop located? Brother. It is located at 118 Southwest 1st Street, Ontario, Oregon. My friends are trying to start Wandra's Lube. Now, people that are making extra money just to get by do it in a million different ways. These are not normal people. These are deviants. These are child predators. These are child predators. This is not an Etsy business. Sarah was not selling her cross stitch on Etsy. They didn't have a taxi cam and have a stream going on YouTube for extra money.
Yeah.
And then that is why I was there at all ever for any reason is to help them with their oil change business because I did that before and I'm good at it.
Where would they do the oil change at? At their house there or another location?
They had a little shop over there in Ontario, Oregon, where they did oil changes. They were renting it out.
So up to the arrest where she got arrested in April this year, was that business still running?
It was starting to slowly decrease because it was going good, and then one day Stacy had an argument with the owner and his daughter over a shop vac, if you can believe it or not. And they were sitting there just doing that, and he said, if you're going to treat my daughter and talk to her like that over just a shop vac, then I'm going to go ahead and not rent this to you guys anymore. You know what I mean? And you haven't paid me for a little bit anyway, so
That's what happens when you don't pay your bills and you say something inappropriate to the owner's daughter. And Brandon, you are welcome to come up and talk. Just like the tattoo artist, his daughter Lexi, that would come to the house quite a bit. I hope she's been spoken to, because even Sarah's father confronted Stacy about what he said to a child. Of course, Stacy tried to smooth that right over, saying it wasn't a big deal, not a big deal. It's a very big deal, because there is no reason to ever be inappropriate with a child. There's no reason. We don't tell children dirty jokes. We don't force hugs on them. These are child predators.
things are not up to date on the payments. You guys, your contract has been terminated.
Interesting. Yeah. So what about the taxi business? Was that still functioning up to when she got arrested?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Yeah, I was still functioning, and it'd still be going today if none of those charges would have happened with her and Tanner. That's what set it off.
So she gets charged with arrested for.
That's not what set it off, asshole. Let me help you. That's not what set it off. You see, authorities were already piecing things together. They already knew that somebody in that house or somebody associated with your circle abducted Michael Vaughn. It did help them greatly, I assume, when Sarah screwed up on her own by fighting with Tanner and she goes to jail, because she's in the right spot for them to talk to her. She's in jail. Then she snitches on Stacy. Then Stacy's in jail. Hey, you big fat felon. You're not supposed to have a gun. You're going to jail. It's going to be a federal charge. You available for a little while? I need to talk to you about some things. Like he said on our channel. They didn't care about that damn gun. Or Tanner getting roughed up with a dog bone. All they want to do is talk about Michael Vaughn. So, Brandon, in a way, you're right. But in a way, you're eluding the truth, my friend. That's what got all that started, he said. No, abducting Michael Vaughn July 27th, 2021 is what got it started. That's what got it started. And you were with him, Brandon. And your mama knows it. If your mama didn't know it, she wouldn't have made such a ridiculous statement to KTVB. Tina told KTVB in a message that police came knocking at her door and their cadaver dog, it's actually dogs, alluded to something on her property. She said the dogs smelled poop outside near her crawl space from her leaking toilet. According to Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, cadaver dogs do not alert on human feces and are not trained to find it. Your baby boy got you into a heap of problems, and I don't mean poop in your backyard.
For fighting with Tanner, did she get bond? Yeah. Did she just get released?
I think they gave her bond. They gave her bond for a little bit, and then they let her out on a preliminary hearing kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. So they're waiting to determine if any more evidence comes up, if she really did like try to smack him with a dog bone, or if she tried to threaten him with a gun, or if that was true, or if it was just hearsay.
So he's
Let's not get ourselves in trouble, but what would be your weapon of choice if you feel that you need to defend yourself, or you're just maybe a real angry beaver and you just you're in a fighting mood? And what kind of a wimp is Tanner that he makes this phone call, which I'm glad he did. Thank you, Tanner. I didn't think you realized what you did. That you call Fruitland PD and you tell him I just got beat up by this fat gal with a dog bone. Let's think about that while we tell Kimberly thank you for making it rain. I've never been beat with a dog bone. Just wondering why we have the dog bones laying around. Not to be gross, but I hope the police didn't smell it. Because my understanding is Sarah doesn't just like the meat stick used on her. No. Our girl Sarah, she likes it all ways and all things, let me tell you. Are you guys a fan of... Shoot, what is his name? I just had it at the tip of my tongue. Hang on. What is his name? I'll come to it in a second. I got to tell you a story. You're going to like this.
He's accusing her of hitting her with a dog bone?
Yeah, he said that she smacked her with a dog bone and said, "Get out of my house right now or I'm calling the cops." And that's what started everything. And then right when that happened, me and her got in an argument as well. And I got my little van and I left and went home.
So you never went back after that?
Right. After that, I went back one time, and then I went back there and was hanging out with another friend. His name was Randy, and he was from North Carolina. And
Okay, so after the dog bone incident, again, I hope nobody smelled it. I just hope it went into an evidence bag. They saw the dog bone bruises on Tanner, and then they took her to get her bologna sandwich and her half of an orange at the jail. So he's like, "Oh, I didn't want to go back after watching her beat him up with the dog bone." So he got in his little van and left. Because I've said before and I'll say again, bringing that Mercedes down on July 27th was a decoy and a ploy. You see, they had other things to do between 4:30 and when they left Fruitland, went to Kuna and came back. They had other things to do. And they bought themselves a lot of time by hooking up that Mercedes. Because as all of this is going on, month after month after month after month. I mean, even Brandy Neal at their door, knocking on the door, giving them a flyer saying, "If you've seen my son, call that number." And they put it on their refrigerator. Oh, I don't want to go back. I don't want to get beaten with the dog bone. But he does go back and he moves. He probably was there the whole time. So now he's in the house with Stacy and Randy Strickland. Then Stacy goes to jail and Brandon and Randy are left alone. I'd love to know how the code was somehow given to them to move what they had in the backyard.
And he got in a crash with his motorhome. So they were trying to help him with that, with the taxi, by giving him a ride to do the repairs on his pickup. They got totaled from the crash. And then from there, that's when that kind of went sideways. And I went back there once, and me and him were trying to do the taxi by ourselves. But then Stacy got involved and got in with a new phone and tried to run the show in the company. And then me and Stacy got in arguments about who could drive the car, who couldn't, who could work, who couldn't. And it just became a big nightmare from there.
Interesting. Did they bring in like, it seems like they're just bringing people in because they want to help them.
Good play, JLR. Good play. He's like, seems like they're just bringing people in because they want to help them. No, there's more to it than that. But I see how he smoothed that over. Canadian Cookie said he witnessed her beating him with a bone and didn't stop her. Yeah, I have a lot of things to say about that too. I think the whole dog bone incident is just kind of how Sarah runs the house 101. Sarah can do whatever she wants. See, her parents own the home. The businesses are in her name. So no one's going to challenge Sarah. No. Then she goes to jail and Stacy's running things. They already know Stacy is weak as can be. He's like butter and a hot knife. You can just get right through him, that blubbery bastard. It's one thing having Sarah in jail. Stacy's a different story. So someone on the outside had to move what had been buried in the backyard. And allegedly, that was Michael Vaughn.
Yes. Why are they doing that?
I don't know. That was one of the biggest questions that was on my mind too. It's just like they were trying to, they said that they kind of did it for God or they did it for the church and they want to give people a place to sleep at night so they don't have to be homeless, you know?
Yeah. Was Stacy religious?
He pretended to be, but he wasn't as like he believes in God, you know what I'm saying? But he doesn't believe in like all the religious practices like most of the people.
Yeah.
But they went to church and they paid tithes and tried to help people and got money from the church to pay their bills and they were with the church, you know.
Interesting. Well, see, because people are
No, they know how to use churches to get what they need. When Stacy was trying to get me to extend his stay at this motel since he got kicked out of yet another shelter, according to him, I don't know. I'm like, well, how have you been paying for it all this time? My pastor at church. It's a new church. Well, I didn't know your old church, dude. I don't go back like that with you. So I do wonder who's really paying for the hotel and why he's been reaching out to people all day yesterday like it's his job, trying to find someone else to extend his stay. Just Me said, darn grifters. Oh, it's worse than grifters. It's worse than that. Oh, no. In the Harvey Montgomery case, the uncle that had a GoFundMe, he's a grifter. These people are a totally different category.
We're saying about Sarah, right? Because they're saying right after Michael Vaughn went missing, then she starts making all these religious posts, like within a month after he went missing, and people are suspecting, is she trying to repent? Is she have a guilty conscience? Is she trying to deflect and try to thwart off anyone that's investigating her to act like she's religious? Like what's the deal with that?
Yeah, I know that they always kind of like hid behind it or they went with those kind of things. Like the whole time I was there, they just say, "Oh, we believe in God and God tells me what we should do for the day and how to help people and we believe in doing good to the community and it'll come back around," kind of like a good karma thing.
Yeah.
And so that's why like they were kind of like good charity people. So I don't know why they would go from that to getting caught with guns and then trying to run off with the story that definitely didn't happen in front of my eyes, or else I would have reported it too, you know?
Yeah. So
that's why it's questioning to me.
And that's why I'm asking you questions, because maybe you have the clues or the idea, but you're saying that they couldn't have done it. Now, let's go back to that day Michael went missing, right? So
yeah,
that morning, where were you all at on July 27th, 2021, the day Michael was reported missing? Where were you guys at in the morning?
Okay, so earlier that day, I spent the night there because we came in towing my car from my mom's to their house. And we came back over there, and then right as soon as we were getting the car back to the neighborhood, the whole neighborhood was on high alert looking for the little boy, Michael Vaughn, and they said he went missing right that day earlier, right before we came in with the the car we were towing. And then right as soon as that happened, I went out and tried to look for the kid with Sarah. We got in her little Toyota car and drove to the gas station and drove around after we got out of the pickup, and then tried to look in the field to see if he went down by the river or if he could be out just wandering lost. And, you know, that's what hit my mind first. And then from there,
That's what hit my mind first. Whist, thank you for picking up on that. My eyes, what? I never saw that with my eyes. Look, either you were with them or you weren't, or you're part of the abduction of Michael Vaughn, and I'm going to say it's all of the above. Thank you, Shani. Shani says, excuse you, the kid? How dare you, sir? Yes, the kid that went from resembling Michael Vaughn to could have been a girl to no, much older, to just being a kid in the neighbor's yard to now a Mexican kid. Okay. I think we know where we're going.
it was me and Sarah. We went to the gas station, got some milk, and then did this and that and came back. And then right when we got back, Carson had his pickup next door with a light bar on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, hey, we need to start this up and kind of go look in the neighborhood and the farmer field and the river. We got to go find this missing person report that just came out, you know? So that's what was on my mind right when it happened. But earlier, before that day.
Woo! Look at this. The real Rockin' Robin. Stacy. Robin said she'll gladly pay for your motel room for 1 week if you tell us where Monkey is. And if Monkey is found. You've got time to buy because it's going to take a while to get equipment, a warrant, the whole 9 yards. Look at that. You say you're not afraid to go to jail. You say you're not afraid of being indicted. I've got even a better bill to sell to all of you. You'll never have to worry about room and board ever again. It's going to be paid for by the taxpayers of Idaho. Guess who? This is how messed up our system is. Do you realize that when you get shipped down the river for what you have allegedly done, taxes that are withheld from Tyler Vaughn's check are going to be part of rooming and boarding you? But you're too scared because you're a big guy to go sleep under a bridge or on a sidewalk. Sounds like a good deal to me, Stacy.
Before we towed the car, we went to Applebee's. And
what time was that?
That was earlier in the day after we woke up and had breakfast and watched TV and coffee. And then we went, me and Sarah and one of our other friends that was there visiting for like a week or so because he came in from the airport. He wanted to go visit his family over by Nampa area somewhere by the Karcher Mall.
Who was that?
So that's Adrian.
Is that the Adrian Hernandez?
No, that's a different guy. Adrian Hernandez, I was locked up and incarcerated with him at the Canyon County Jail earlier this year. And he was just there for like some kind of a quarrel or marijuana or just some little petty charge. And he's just there for that. But this Adrian that I'm talking about was a different person.
Who? Like, what's his last name?
I don't know his last name at all. I just know that he was Adrian and he had like kind of an afro. And we went and did kind of a YouTube video that day where we were trying to make music and kind of like a car crash scene.
Mm-hmm.
And we were hanging out with him doing that earlier. And then after that, me, Adrian, and Sarah went to Applebee's where we dropped him off there after me and Sarah got a chicken sandwich and a soda pop over there at the Popeyes restaurant.
Who bought the Applebee's? You or him? Or who paid for it?
Sarah took me to lunch over at Popeyes, and she was going to buy a sandwich for me, Adrian, and her. But he said, my family's here. I want to see him. So I'm going to go to Applebee's and go over here and have dinner with them or lunch with them real quick. And then give me a little bit of time to do that. And then you guys come back and get me.
Yeah.
So we we did that, and in the meantime, me and Sarah were bored, just kind of driving around the mall, and we didn't know what to do. So I drove back over to my house to get a water bottle.
I drove up over by my house to get a water bottle. That's in Kuna. I'm thinking that they were making a plan earlier in the day. Maybe making sure the Mercedes is still there. Him and Sarah were making a plan. And you're so right, truth to light. 4 square meals in a day in the gym. Stacy, you said you're trying to get into shape. You're going to be able to, if you play your cards right, you'll get to use the gym in jail. Then Mint said, music video, what the hell is he talking about? I'll find the clip because Stacy actually spoke about the music video. I think it's in show 1 we did with him.
And fill it up with water to bring back over to their house because I didn't like their water.
Yeah.
And then during that time, after that, we came back to the mall and we picked up Adrian, me and Sarah, and then all 3 of us, Sarah, Adrian, and I, we hopped in the car and we went back to the Fruitland house where they do their taxi business.
All right. So where was Stacy during all of this?
He was back at the house.
So Stacy said, you think Stacy stayed home all that day? Stayed home?
We left him there at the house. I don't know if he stayed there the whole time or not, to be honest.
Was anyone else there with him?
I don't think so. I think it was just him home alone at that point. And that was before.
Okay, maybe Brandon knows, maybe he doesn't. I don't believe that there was a taxi ride from Ontario to Boise. I don't. I think he was sent as Satan's secretary, just like everyone else, except for Adrian. I think Adrian came into this later. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'm not the investigator. I think all of them had a chore for the day. And it was, we're going to find a child. He's not saying anything about him doing taxi runs. And when do these people actually work? They went fishing the day before. Sarah had to go to the ER the day before that. When does anyone do these taxi rides? Makes no sense. That or Sarah's parents are footing the bill for all their debauchery. That's the only thing that seems to make 4 quarters equal $1 right now.
Before we went to tow.
And they had dogs and cats there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they had one hound dog and like 3 or 4 tuxedo cats.
So Stacy's there. You guys go out. What was Adrian doing at the mall?
He was just visiting his girlfriend and his son. And then after that, we went over to Macy's and kind of went in there and shopped around for clothes a little bit. And we were playing on our iPads and just taking pictures, goofing off. And then from there, we go back, and then that's how it goes.
Well, what about the afternoon from the mall to you going back to the neighborhood? Did you guys go anywhere else? Stop anywhere else?
We just went over to a pawn shop, I think, just kind of look around at the pawn shop a little bit. And then I think he bought like an iPad, or he was trying to get a new iPad, I think.
That's Adrian, right?
Right. Yes, sir. And then I think he bought one.
Adrian wasn't with you. Adrian was at Applebee's. You and Sarah bought an iPad. And I have a feeling that the iPad was to keep whatever child that you all had in your sights at the time occupied. Adrian wasn't there. I'm not taking up for Adrian because he fits into this somehow, or he wouldn't be a suspect.
There, we went to the pawn shop, bought an iPad, and then came back and we were just chilling.
So what car were you guys all in?
We were in that little Toyota 2016 Toyota Corolla.
Okay. What is that? What color is it? White?
It's the blue one.
A blue. Okay.
Yeah.
And I remember you were telling me that they were towing your car. You told me earlier in another conversation that your car was being towed by their truck that day.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So where?
Oh my goodness, Christina. I never put that together. What on earth? He said he went to his house in Kuna. He doesn't like the water, so he had to get a water bottle. There's plenty of places to grab a water bottle. So what did you steal from your mom to go pawn or to trade for the iPad? Tina, are you missing any jewelry? Missing any game systems? It was mentioned Tina doesn't like Brandon being there by himself because he's been known to steal. I still think it's BS. I think she covers for him no matter what he does because she's covering for him now. That's the reason she said that the cadaver dogs only smelled poop. Great catch, Christina.
Where's that come into play here?
So I asked them earlier that day if we could use their pickup to go to my house, my mom's house, and get my Mercedes-Benz and tow it back over there so I could work on it if I was going to be hanging out over there doing the taxi business.
Yeah. So when did you guys go over there to get your car?
I think it was around like 6 or 7 at night.
6 or 7. Then you're saying while you're coming back, that's when you noticed everyone searching for Michael?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember going to the gas station. We were probably at the gas station filling up like right at 7.
Right at 7. What gas?
Right at 7, they were filling up to go to Kuna. If everything matches up from what he has said and what Stacy has said, the truth is in there somewhere. They were filling up at 7 to go to Kuna. They already had Michael with them. As we know, because Stacy supplied it, we know that at 9:56 p.m., they were on Highway 16 coming back to Fruitland. They leave the house around 6:30. Let's look at their timeline and how much time is unaccounted for because they can't tell you what they were doing. The timeline of Michael Vaughn being abducted is between 6:40 p.m. and 7. They were filling up at 7 o'clock, even though Stacy says he keeps those cars topped off all the time. Never know when you have an emergency taxi run. Even though Brandon said that the customers would basically give a tip and put fuel in the car. And if someone's buffering, it's not on my end. I apologize. I don't know what people's Wi-Fi is. I don't know what equipment they use. So at 9:56, they are coming back. We talk about the timeline in Summer Wells' case, which is sketchy as hell. But this is all over the place. Thanks for the timestamp, Stacy. Thank you for that.
Gas station.
There's the Chevron right there just up from their house.
Yeah. So where you were seeing people out there looking for Michael, or you were seeing police?
I was just seeing police cars cruising around, and I was seeing a lot of like the neighbors going out in their cars cruising around, and just like the whole subdivision from the left side to the right side. They were all just out, everybody walking around and looking, and flashlights. Search and rescue was there, police, everything.
But how did you know they were looking for Michael?
Because so when we were pulling into the subdivision, Sarah was driving the pickup, and she stopped and talked to the neighbor that was coming down the road the opposite way.
Mm-hmm.
And she stopped right.
Okay. Now we've heard different variations of this story from Stacy. He was driving so he could teach her how to tow. Then she's driving. Stacy said he told her to stop coming into the neighborhood and asked an officer what was going on. Now, Brandon is saying it's a neighbor. Stacy slipped twice and said they were told by an officer that a child had been abducted. Now, I don't think officers speak that way because at that time they wouldn't know. And they're not going to say just a child. You have to know what you're looking for. And I don't mean it. You have to know if you're looking for a boy or a girl.
Right there in the middle of the road, and they both opened their doors and they started talking to each other right there.
Okay. And you told me you never seen Michael Vaughn before in your life prior.
Right. I never met him or his parents ever before. I just know that they're neighbors of where I was staying over there with the Wanderers. They live like diagonal.
Yeah. What about the okay. Yeah, I got so many questions. All right. So Adrian, where's he from?
I think he's from California somewhere.
So, but how did he get up there? Like, how did he end up there in Idaho?
He just flew in from California to come see his son and his old girlfriend or whatever.
But where did Sarah meet him? Like, how does she know him?
I don't know. I think he just randomly like called their phone one day from the airport and said, "Can you give me a ride from here to there or whatever?" And that's probably how those two met.
Yeah, because obviously, Sarah, according to this arrest affidavit, she's claiming that this Adrian guy helped bury Michael in her yard. That's what she said, according to the arrest affidavits, or the neighbors. She also said the neighbor's yard too.
Right.
So people are wondering who's Adrian.
Yeah, he's just some kid that came here from California for a little bit to visit his son and his old girlfriend.
Did he get arrested at all?
No.
They found him behind a dumpster. Stacy said he didn't think it was a good idea to bring him back, but of course, they're such Christian people and want to help people out. Adrian does have ties to California and to Ohio and to New York and to Washington, D.C. So if you're there to see girlfriend and your child, what are you doing sleeping behind a dumpster? Even though it's Applebee's, you're not going to go into the Applebee's smelling of dumpster.
No, he didn't get arrested or talked to or nothing.
So how long was he there at their house for?
He was only there for like a week up to 2 weeks, tops.
After Michael went missing?
After Michael went missing, I'm pretty sure he was there for like a couple days after that as well.
Okay, so he was there about a week and a half prior to Michael being missing. Then Michael went missing, and then a couple days later, he goes back to California.
I think so, yeah.
Do you know where in California?
I have no idea.
You're in a hot tub. I see you're in a hot tub. What's that, the North Dakota life?
Yeah, that's North Dakota life, trying to stay warm out here right now.
That's the herpy tub. That's the herpy tub. Imagine when all this came out, his daddy knows he's been out there drinking the Coors Banquet, sitting out in his hot tub, knowing what Sarah had been passing around the flop house.
Yeah. Interesting. So interesting. Now, did you know that like Stacy had like crazy criminal record in the past of being in the feds and locked up and all that kind of stuff? Did you know that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he talked to me previously before that, and he said that he got locked up for like a year or two because he lied on a federal application to buy a gun or something at a store.
So you've seen him with guns. Like, why would he still have guns if he already got arrested for it? Did he just not care? Or?
I think that was it or something. Because at first he said, hey, I know that you're not a felon and you can have guns. Do you want me to try to find you a gun? And I said, no, I already have a gun. I don't need to get another one, you know. But if you are selling that other little 17 or whatever, I'll buy it if I get money from you guys paying me from doing taxiing, you know. That was our first previous conversation.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I wonder why he was so interested in you getting a gun. You know, like why does he want others to get a gun? Is he like fascinated with guns?
Yeah, I think he comes from a background where like him and his grandpa used to hunt back in the day before he got in trouble. Like when he went out with other people that were responsible, he probably did some hunting.
So some people, okay, so some people are saying that does Sarah have any kids that you knew of or had kids?
No, sir.
See, some people
Good question, Karma's mom. So why is this the only interview you've done, Brandon? Why do you have nothing to say now? Because at that time, he thought that he was being slick. He thought he was being smooth. This was actually before we knew this. He spoke to JLR before the press conference when JD said he's a suspect. I didn't really mess with this interview because I'm like, all right, this guy, he may not even know him. I don't know. I can see he's friends with him on Facebook. So he's trying to get ahead of the game. That's what he's trying to do. And don't think that gun hasn't been used. I don't mean pew-pewed. I don't mean that it's killed anyone, anything like that, but for intimidation.
speculated that if Sarah is involved and she got arrested, but people are speculating, hey, maybe Sarah did it because she wanted a kid on her own because she couldn't have kids, or what do you think?
Hold on just a second here. I'm in an interview right now, so I'm gonna have to do this real quick. I think that.
What a loser. I'm in an interview right now, so I'll take care of that later. See, he's being all cool and calm because he doesn't know. Detectives have spoken to him, but he doesn't know what they know. One of my favorite things that the prosecutor in the Idaho 4 case said is that the probable cause would be sealed until Koberger gets back to Idaho. And he said he wants to know what we know. This is Brandon trying to be cool. Like he said, he's the cool guy. He's the cool guy. He's the one that Sarah wanted to sleep with. He's the one that went to the grocery store with Sarah. He's the one that Sarah took care of. He's the one that Stacy said that they treated him like he was their child. They paid his phone bill. He owed them thousands of dollars. He's the cool guy. The cool guy knows a lot. A lot.
That she couldn't have kids because her husband Stacy said that he got his nuts crushed in a bull riding rodeo accident or whatever, blah blah blah. He said he used to bull ride and a bull stepped on his thing and crushed it, so he couldn't have him.
So he couldn't give her a child then.
Right, and he wanted a kid and she really didn't.
Oh, she didn't want a child.
No, she didn't really want to have a kid, but he was trying to push that on her.
So is it possible? Okay, so you're with Sarah and you're with Adrian out or getting your car and bringing it back. Is it possible Stacy was home left alone and did something and maybe like went out and snatched Michael? I mean, how do you do you guys know about Stacy's whereabouts at the time?
I personally don't. So I'm saying that could be a possibility.
Because
that could be a possibility. Well, I can tell you what's not a possibility. Stacy was never riding broncs. Stacy was never riding bulls. Could you imagine Stacy? And this is actually kind of Stacy in his prime. He's been bigger than this. He's smaller now, because he wasn't getting all his calories when he was in jail for 18 months. Do you see him throwing that crock up over a bull? You see that happening? That bull would need a damn chiropractor. No, that's not the reason Stacy cannot get people pregnant. And I think the reason Sarah couldn't get pregnant probably has to do with her weight issues and her unmanaged diabetes. Just my opinion.
No one else there with him, correct?
Right. Yeah. Yes, sir.
But you're saying that you were with Sarah all that day. You and Adrian and Sarah were all together throughout that whole day, starting in the morning. And you didn't she didn't go off on her own or do anything?
No, I was with Sarah that whole day and Adrian. And then Stacy was left home alone.
Stacy was left home alone. What there when you guys were out, what cars were there with Stacy?
I think he had his little Cadillac Escalade that he cruised around at that time.
What color was that?
It was a white one, an older one that he traded his pickup in for. That when that pickup started to have a couple issues, instead of getting it fixed, he just traded it in.
Yeah. See, because he's left alone and no one else is there with him. I wonder if he ventured out. Yeah. Okay. For instance, when you guys got back, was he in the house?
Yeah, he was in there. He was in there on the couch, I'm pretty sure.
What was he doing?
Just watching TV.
Like he never even went anywhere.
Right.
Yeah, because, he's left alone. It seems like you three have it.
Okay, watch how Brandon is concentrating. He's like, right. He knows. He's biting his bottom lip. He's already mentioned watching TV, but for some reason, Stacy changed that TV thing real quick. No, we didn't have a TV, but you said you were watching TV. So what is it? What is it? Where does Adrian fit in? If Adrian wasn't at the house that night, how does Adrian fit in? How? Hang on.
And I know how that can go. So I thought it was just kind of like one of those things from the beginning. Just who gets who, and maybe the dad came and got the kid and took him to his house, and the mom got all mad and called the cops, and that's what I thought it was from the very beginning.
Okay, so he's describing what he thinks or what he thought at the time happened to Michael Vaughn. Thought it was a custody dispute. Then why were you so concerned about a missing persons report? Why, Brandon?
Yeah.
And then my second thought from there is that he might have went missing. He might have went out from his neighborhood because he was trying to go play with other kids like that, his age, and he might have got out in that field and went too far down. There's that Snake River right there by the Ontario-Idaho border right there. So I said, I hope he didn't fall in there and didn't know how to swim, or if he swam to the other side and got lost, or who found him, or what, because there's a million bazillion possibilities that could happen right here.
Yeah. Inside the Wander house, what does it look like inside there?
It's just a regular, double wide kind of a trailer house. It's not a double wide, but it's a manufactured stick built home. Just a regular 1, 2, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, and a garage house.
Do they have a basement?
And they have a crawl space under there in their master bedroom. You walk in.
It's not a manufactured home. Jonathan asked, do they have a basement? No, they have a crawl space. Where did the dogs hit in Kuna? Shirtless mother, Tina, told KTVB the police came knocking at her door and their cadaver dogs alluded to something on her property. She said the dogs smelled poop outside near her crawl space from the leaking toilet. Now we have 2 crawl spaces, and I don't mean Tina's, and I don't mean Sarah's. Now he is volunteering the information of the crawl space. Stacy volunteered the information of seeing the child. Stacy volunteered the information of the duffel bag. Did anyone ever hear me ask him about a duffel bag, a crawl space? I did ask him about the crawl space, actually. He basically just said Brandon's full of shit. He elaborated for quite a while about the child. The duffel bag on other channels. Brandon. Jonathan asked, is there a basement? Brandon could have just said, no, there's no basement. Moved along. But there's a crawl space. And dogs in Kuna, cadaver dogs, not scent dogs, cadaver dogs, hit on something outside of Tina's crawl space.
In their master bedroom, take a right, and there's like this little crawl space right there. And I know that that was open one day, and I went in there and looked, and there was like some kind of one of their cats that got down in there and pissed everywhere.
Oh, really? Why were you looking down there?
Because it was open.
Oh, you were just seeing what it was.
Yeah.
What about an attic?
No, the door was.
Now listen, this is information his mother has given to him. Someone's been having conversations. He just looked in the crawl space because it was open. He thought maybe one of the cats got in there and pissed. Is anyone asking about a stink? A stank? Any kind of smell? I didn't hear Jonathan ask that. Tina, when she was contacted by KTVB, she said dogs smelled poop outside of her crawl space. So we have crawl space in Fruitland that could have been cat piss and crawl space in Kuna that could be poop.
Was open, like they wanted their cats to go down in there or something, or like that was another. I don't know. I went in their bedroom and looked to the right one day, and then that thing was open. Their basement crawl space door.
Where's it at in their bedroom? Under their bed? Is it noticeable? Is it hidden?
It's kind of, you go in their bedroom and then you go straight into their master bedroom. There's a shower on the left, and then right when you turn to the right, there's just like this little hatch door that opens.
But if someone just you could see the hatch from the wall, or you could tell something's there. I mean, is it hidden?
It's cut into the carpet, so it's like just a big piece of carpet with like a little square kind of cut out on 2 sides, and then it comes open.
Do they have an attic?
No, sir. I don't think they do.
Is their house? What at the time you were there? Was it all dirty, messy, clean?
For the most part, it's pretty messy.
I think I think I saw a photo of you sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, that's pretty much the main spot where I hung out. Is just answered phones off the couch and went and drove taxis and went back to the couch, played PS4 and drank some beers and went to bed.
Who else was in that house that you've seen when you were there? Like anyone else that we haven't named that was inside that house ever?
I think there was like three or four people at least when I was there that came there. And this one guy, he got in trouble for like a BB gun and some knives or something like that. He went outside the house because him and another person other than Tanner got in a fight with Sarah. about staying in the house and God and religion and all that. And he went cruising around the neighborhood.
Okay, he's like, I did sleep on the couch. I did sleep on the couch. Well, there he is. He's sleeping there with Stacy's dog, Oakley, which Stacy said he loves that dog, would love to have that dog back. Best dog ever. So there he is with his ass cheeks right there on Oakley's head. We know he's been sleeping with Sarah. It didn't stop even after the abduction of Michael Vaughn. You can see how broken down that couch is because it's also had Stacy and Sarah on it. I have a feeling this couch is called the resting couch because Sarah's got a big appetite and it's not just for Popeyes. Brandon, you are all over this. All over it.
And he had like some kind of a knife still. And he was threatening that if he doesn't get to come back in the house, then he's going to like slice some people up or do this and that.
What's his name?
I'm not quite sure on that. It was just some guy that was kind of walking the streets of Ontario.
And they brought, so they brought him to the house.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he was like a homeless guy in Ontario that they met one day and they just brought him back to his house.
Interesting. It does seem like it goes into a pattern of them just bringing people off the streets, or, you know, people just, they feel like they want to help and bringing strangers into their home.
Yeah. So if something did happen, it happened like that. You know what I mean? Just people that you don't even know who the hell they are or what they're doing or what their motives are. And they just bring them in like their family. You know what I mean?
What were they all like? Would you all eat dinner together? Who cooked? Like, did everybody fend for themselves?
No, Sarah. We'd go out shopping, Sarah and I, and then we'd come home and she'd cook a nice meal for Stacy and I and her and whoever was over there for a guest, you know. That was the usual behavior.
There's nothing usual about that behavior. You guys know who John Mayer is? He sings that song, Your Body is Wonderland. Stacy, and I had to do it. I had to do it when he told me the story. That to get her into a good mood, he would croon the song, Your Body is Wonderland, from John Mayer. And I get this mental image of Stacy and Sarah. As Stacy is singing, Your body is wonderland. I said, that body is Euro Disney. And there's no way you could tackle that. And he's like, I know, looking back, that was a bad move of mine. His words, not mine.
Did Sarah use profanity?
She tried not to, but when she got really super mad, yes, sir, she was good at it.
What would she get mad about?
She'd just get mad about her house not being perfectly clean or things not being the way that she wanted them to be, and just a lot of OCD. She had a lot of OCD and things being just how she left them.
Would she get mad at others or mad at herself?
No, mad at others.
Because like Stacy would leave something out and she would get mad.
Yeah.
So you
right.
So have you seen them arguing with each other?
Yeah, almost every day. She'd go around and he'd be making messes and she'd be cleaning it up and getting after him, trying to whap him with a pot and a pan, you know, just like, you son of a bitch, clean your shit up or get gone.
Oh, I don't think she just said, you son of a bitch, clean your shit up or get gone. I think there was more to it. Because let me tell you, he's had some cleanliness issues everywhere he's gone in the small month I've known him. Kelly Miller said when she kicked him out of her house in Nampa, she couldn't believe how in 4 short days, how nasty that room is. The woman in another area, very nice lady, Christine, when she threw him out and realized who he was, she couldn't believe how nasty that room was. There was shit stains on the sheet. He sharts himself when he's sleeping. We heard about the Indian woman. Sweet lady, I thought. He wasn't even going to the front desk at the budget motel to do the work he was supposed to do in order to keep a room there. She was like, "You stink. You're nasty." She was going crazy on him. How gross he is.
You seen her hit him with pots and pans.
Well, she didn't actually hit him, but if
Right.
I would have been her, I would have hit him, because sometimes he makes messes and he just don't care, and he's kind of like a little pig in a pig pen, just kind of really sloppy.
Did you ever see her actually hit him or him hit her?
No, they never did that when I was there. They were just like, they'd just talk back and forth, kind of getting like, "Oh, I love you, little Boo Bear. I love you, little Boo Bear," and they'd be back and forth, and they were just like jokesters, kidsters.
Did she actually try to hit on you, or is that true or no?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she liked me. She was trying to get at me pretty good there for a long time, and I said, "Hey, listen, you're married. You know what I mean? We can't even be on the same couch chilling together doing this and that, and I'm not going to give you and Stacy a kid, and I'm not going to do."
He jumped to that real quick, didn't he? We can't even sit on the same couch. Yeah, she liked me. We can't even sit on the same couch. Why didn't you go back to your mom's house? Probably because you can't kidnap kids at your mom's house. You can't just do whatever you want to do at your mom's house. Even though she thinks you are just her baby boy and the most wonderful thing in the world, you still can't just do whatever you want to do. She's not going to have it. We can't even sit on the same couch. I'm not going to give you and Stacy a kid. That is exactly the first thing that Stacy brings up when you talk to him about what went on, is the relationship between Brandon and Sarah. When Stacy was confronted by detectives, they said, "We know there is a love triangle." Sarah Snatch gives a totally different definition to the shape triangle, but we know there is a love triangle, they said. Stacy said, "I wasn't getting anything out of that." He jumped straight to that when Jonathan asked, "I'm not going to give you a kid." Who would jump from "this woman's a little flirty with me" to "I'm not going to give you a kid"?
And just kind of really sloppy.
Did you ever see her actually hit him or him hit her?
No, they never did that when I was there. They were just like, they'd just talk back and forth, kind of getting like, "Oh, I love you, little Boo Bear. I love you, little Boo Bear," and they'd be back and forth, and they were just like jokesters, kidsters.
Did she actually try to hit on you, or is that true or no?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she liked me. She was trying to get at me pretty good there for a long time, and I said, "Hey, listen, you're married. You know what I mean? We can't even be on the same couch chilling together doing this and that, and I'm not going to give you and Stacy a kid, and I'm not going to do that. I'll help you guys do taxi, and other than that, I'm going home." And that's what made him mad.
She actually said she wanted you to give them a kid.
Well, she said that before, and like when they were hanging out in Vegas, living in Vegas, that she said that she tried to do that with somebody else before, and they wanted to know if I'd be able to do that for them. And I said, "Yeah, probably not."
Interesting. What were they doing in Vegas?
I think they just went over there and they had some friends or doing taxis over there.
I think Stacy might have a sister or a relative that lives in Vegas. You know anything about that?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
So
I know that.
No, go ahead.
I know that they went over there and they did like a long distance taxis. That's like how they made their best money, because instead of like hundreds of dollars, it goes to thousands of dollars. So that's how they make their better money.
Stacy explained the person that they that they approached to give them a kid. I think Stacy is one sick puppy. And you can't exactly convince me that Stacy didn't watch Sarah with these other men. Like I asked earlier, what do you think came first, the chicken or the egg? What do you think happened? Was he the kinky and depraved one, and he groomed her, or the other way around? Because this wasn't about a child. This is about their lifestyle. Besides being child predators, yes, our friend AB is in here. AB, if you want to grab the link, come on up. You are more than welcome. Just Cat said depends on who it was that tried to turn the chicken on. That is for sure. For sure. We need to know more about Pornhub. We need to know more about OnlyFans. Because if you can stomach it, it's out there. It's not YouTube friendly. This is not about a child. Even though we are definitely talking about the abduction of Michael Vaughn. This is about Sarah and Stacy's lifestyle. That's the reason that their Christian values brought people in from behind dumpsters. People like Caesar Garudo that they gave rides to. Randy Strickland. These are some sick, sick ass people.
Traveling across country.
Yeah, because right after, okay, for one other question about you. So you done no sexual stuff with Sarah ever?
Well, at one time or another, we were just kind of like hanging out, laying on a mattress. She was trying to make out with me, this or that, and kind of like
this or that. This or that. I have a feeling Stacy might be impotent. He might have been using Sarah to fulfill needs. They met on a chat line for, well, it's certainly not eHarmony. It's not Christian Singles. They got together, as he said to me, and they started effing all night, and the next week they got married. The next week. Well, he fell into shit and came smelling like roses, did he not? Because he's got a home now, access to vehicles. It's not like the old group home he used to live in up until the age of 23 or 24. He's running things now. He didn't even have to do a cab ride once a day. That's a front for what they were really doing.
filled me up a little bit, and I said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, slow down! You're already married," you know. So from there, that was about the part.
So she's doing this while she's playing the God card, religious card.
Right. Yeah.
And
that's why I don't like religion. It puts a bad taste in my mouth and others. It's like you can't do stuff like that if you're gonna pretend like you're holier than thou, you know.
Yeah. Now, do you know anything about their trip to Texas? In like around, I guess, a couple months after Michael Vaughn went missing, they went to Texas?
No, sir. I know nothing about that recent. Now, I do.
Yes, you do, Brandon. Yes, you do, because you know the woman that they were working for, they were picking up dogs. You were with them when you went to Grants Pass. You were with them when you went to Walla Walla. You know all about it. You couldn't go on that specific run. Either you were tired of being videotaped, humping Mount Vesuvius, or it could be the answer that is easily provable that your grandfather passed away. So you stayed back to do the family thing. Your grandfather also left a green cemetery to your mother, Tina, to which you can bury anybody in it. So don't skip around that question.
I do recall them saying something about that previously, where Sarah lived in Texas with another man.
Okay.
Now, I don't know nothing about that, but I know it was kind of like not a good deal.
So it's my belief that Sarah was once married prior to Stacy. I believe it was to a last name of a guy named Chambers.
Yep, that might be him.
Ricky Chambers, I believe.
Yep, I think that sounds right.
So he does have ties to Texas and Arkansas and Oregon. So maybe that's why she was there. I don't know. Did she ever talk about her ex-husband?
She talked about him a couple times, about like how she wanted to get out of there, and then he got mad one time and kind of locked her in a room, and they were fighting way back in the day before I knew her. That's all I heard about it.
When and where did Stacy get married to, or Stacy and Sarah get married? Where? When and where?
I think they got married somewhere in Montana, and just like not too much. They were only married for a year or two before I met Stacy. And then after that, he was like, hey, you want to come to my house and hang out and bring the barbecuer in and meet my wife, and we'll have a good time. Like I think his grandpa taught him and instilled like some family values into him. So
No. Look, before we invite someone to our home, there's an established relationship. We don't just do a moving job with them or do some shady work for Labor Day and say, hey, you want to come to my house and meet my wife and we'll barbecue outside and then you can start living with us. And then, by the way, I'll take the couch from 3 to 8 and then you're going to go back there from like 8 to 10 and ignore all the ring lights and that funky crawl space. Those aren't family values. This is debauchery. This is depravity. We've all made friends over the years. You work with somebody for a while and you're like, hey, I'm having some people over this weekend, swing by if you want. No, this is not normal behavior. No.
Stacy's a good guy when he don't lie, but he's got some kind of fetal alcohol syndrome, which prevents him from being normal.
Yeah,
I think it's the same thing.
So what month and year did you meet Stacy?
I probably met him in like 2020 or 2019, something like that, a couple years back. And then I helped him with this. There was this other gentleman, his name was Labor Dave, and he had a lawn mowing business and a furniture moving business. And that's where we met, is when I was a U-Haul driver and I helped go around and move everybody's furniture, me and him.
What
and
town was that in?
That was probably in like Boise, Idaho.
Okay, so you met him in Boise.
Yeah.
According to his court stuff, he got out of jail or prison or jail in May of 2020.
Yep. So right after he got out, just a little bit after he got out, that's when I met him. And I thought he was just a normal person, but comes to find out, the more you hang out with him every day, stuff started to get weird from there.
Like what weird?
Like just daily activities and daily behavior. He'd try to be a businessman, but he tried to take on more than he could. He tried to bite off more than he could chew. You know what I'm saying? So he'd try to say, hey, we're going to go out here and we're going to buy this storage shed and we're going to move it all here. And then we'll resell it and we'll make good money and it'll be good for the family. You guys ready to go out and do that? And then when it came time to doing the work, you'd find just me and Sarah trying to scoop things up. And he'd be like, come on, guys. I can't walk around right now because my feet hurt because I'm overweight.
Wow, interesting.
And that's his excuse for having to have a hotel room because he's a big guy. He can't sleep under a bridge. He can't go to any shelter because everyone knows about him being a suspect in Michael Vaughn's disappearance. But here is the, not a but, here's the asterisk. He's not scared of being indicted because he's going to sue everybody. According to Stacy, he's going to sue everybody. They have long trials coming up. The FBI, Fruitland, the Cold Case Foundation, they all do. Well, Brandon has said the same thing. This woman named Hope Remains said, so you're changing your story again from the interview you had with JLR on YouTube, huh? Because you told him you, Adrian, and Sarah spent the day Michael was abducted together. Not that you got in a fight the night prior and he took off. So which is it, Brandon? He said, we did. Then the fights took off, dumbass policeman. Quote on God, nig. Whoever asks me this again will be prosecuted. The full extent of the law. Do I make myself clear? So they seem to have each taken a page out of that book. That big lawsuits are coming for the FBI, Cold Case Foundation, Idaho Search and Rescue, Fruitland. I mean, you name it. Any law enforcement agency, and I guess this Hope Remains that asked this question, prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I have a feeling that B-Dog and his 3 cohorts, they eventually will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and probably a few other people that haven't been named. Not going to be the same charges they have. No. But Kay and Tina, they have a lot to answer for. And so do other people in their circle, like Caesar, like Randy Strickland. Can't really say about Tanner Butler because, you know, he called the police after he got his ass beat with the dog bone. These are some sick, sick people. And as defensive as Brandon is about his mama, who he calls T-Bird, there's a lot of code names and code words and all that stuff in this. And Brandon was raised to be a narcissist. You see, Tina has raised him in this light that he can do nothing wrong. He is the golden boy. He is the golden boy. Look at her right there. I love you so much. If I did this to my children, if they tell me Happy Mother's Day on Facebook or any social media, I'll just say, love you, thank you so much. Done and out. Now, there's a lot more things I can say, but she's gushing. Gushing. You will always be my sweet baby boy, even though you'll be 29 years old next month. Where did that get you, Tina? Because you're going to be going down, too. Not for abduction. Not for murder. Not for tampering. But there are other charges. And Tina, you know, you messed up. Sorry, girlfriend. You messed up. You get one chance to raise them and raise them right. If it doesn't go your way and they're 18 and they still just don't know how in the hell to function, then you have a different job on your hands. But not what you did, Tina. And certainly not what you did, Kay. Because, Kay, you funded that flop house. Kay, you and your husband kept that backyard maintained for Sarah and Stacy. Yeah, you and your husband. You know what they were looking for. You guys have a lot to answer for. You're the company you keep, and you're the children you raise. And Kay and Tina, hope you're damn happy with yourself. Because here's a small snippet of what Brandy Neal and Tyler Vaughn go through every day.
Oh, it's open. Uh-oh. Stick.
Put his card.
I'm heading right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monkey can be so happy. Yeah.
You gonna tell him happy birthday?
Happy birthday. I'm gonna go Monkey house. I'm going Monkey house today. I'm gonna get on. I'm going Monkey house and get D for Monkey. These are like monkeys. Monkey will be so happy.
He'll be very happy, won't he?
We're gonna go Monkey house. Please, please, please. Monkey from now.
Buggy asks every day, Kay and Tina, since you're protective mothers, she asks her mother, Brandy Neal, every day, can we please go to Monkey's house? Can we please go see Monkey? I've read the letter a couple of times that his oldest sister wrote about how she's trying to deal with what they're dealing with. Buggy doesn't understand. She doesn't understand what kidnapping, abduction, and all those things are. She thinks her brother's in another house. Kay, you know where your daughter is. She's in jail. And Tina, you know your son's in a hot tub sucking up Coors Banquet beer. Could you imagine having a little one come to you and you couldn't find Sarah or Brandon? And you've worn your feet down to the bone trying to find your child? And you're trying to make sense of it to another child? Hell's wrong with you? Hell is wrong with you? Have you thought about what your children are suspected of doing?
Whoa! Whoa!
Monkey. He's fighting with his shadow. Giddy up.
Absolutely horrible. Well, I kept you guys for 3 hours. Didn't mean to do that. I think next time we hear about Stacy riding bulls and that's how he crushed his nuts, I think I'm going to put up some bull riding videos and we can have a conversation if we can actually see the one and only Stacy Wanderer tackling any bull except for the one he met off of Loveline. Well, do my eyes deceive me? Hello, AB. He's muted. Let's have a round of applause for our friend AB. Hang on.
What the fuck is going on?
Tell you what, my friend, you have been
I'm not kidding.
you've been giving hell to these people the last couple weeks.
I was tired of fucking listening to that guy bullshit, and there's nobody talking about how his lies. So I thought it'd start the momentum in the other direction because I couldn't be the only one thinking that, right? So.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Well, as soon as I knew it intrigued me, your videos, because I knew that I didn't mistake sarcasm in that scenario, considering all the circumstances that we knew. And it's like, wow, she's got him for another 5 hours. How dumb can this motherfucker be? It's not about being dumb, but it's just about, what the hell is it I'm listening to? That's what got me right into it. And then when I realized and recognized it's a whole different ball game, that each day I wake up, I can't fucking believe this dude. I can't believe the evidence against these people. And I guess it's just one of those things. I don't know how to describe it other than they're doing so much. They think they can talk themselves out of this to a certain degree. But like you said earlier, they're working towards the future, knowing full well how guilty they are. And they'll minimize it every step of the way. Like Brandon's mom, she certainly doesn't take the situation seriously because of her statements simply to people and in the media talking about, just these dogs hitting on something. I'm thinking my family would probably fucking disown me already if that ever happened, or the like. She's not understanding the gravity of the situation, but isn't that just the way?
Oh, I think she understands it fully, but she's going to protect Brandon come hell or high water. She believes him. Lord only knows what he's told her. Who knows? Now, Stacy's family. Now, he says that he has a billionaire aunt that lives in California, but she can't come up with $68 for the budget in.
A billionaire aunt that lives in California?
Yes.
Ooh, what's her name?
Yeah, for real. He can't give you anything like that. He does have family in Montana, but his phone number is South Dakota.
I've got rich fucking family too, but that's, you know what I mean? Like, we're all related to somebody. That's not my money. It's like different if you're the heir to the O. Henry fortune or something like that, or the Winchester house or something like this. So what is it? No, just some rich fucking aunt. Oh, a likely story. I'll believe you. It sounds like you're in a conversation with a bunch of bunkies and a cellmate.
And my question is not just to you because you're in the hot seat, but everybody in the chat. Hey, Justin, I'm going to catch up on your live later.
I can't see Justin. Oh, by the way, you made me panic because I said I was going to join, and then you talked about getting off, and I'm like, fuck, I got to hit that link.
Oh, no. Don't worry. I can always be back.
I forced my lunch, so I'm here. With a smile. I can't see chat. I apologize to everybody. I'm going to have to switch back and see it then.
Oh, no, don't worry. Everyone's just saying, hi, AB. Hi, AB. Yes, AB has a channel. Can someone please put his link in here? How rude of me. We have a guest. Look at me. I'm acting like one of the Wanderers.
Oh, you don't need to share it. You don't need to share my link. but it's okay if you do. I don't mind. I appreciate it. You want to share all my cash apps and taking food donations as well, since you're into that business?
Oh, you better believe it. I've got a car out there too. I need you to do some.
Did you share my cash app there, Brooks? That's what's important here. Thank you very much, darling. Oh, yes.
Can you do some taxi runs for me today too?
Yeah. Are you interested in me liaisoning your next trip? You want me to write you up an itinerary?
I don't do those type of itineraries, my friend.
Well, this is an adult trip. It's more of an adult trip.
Oh, well, I don't do those either.
Bed and breakfast, 1102 fucking Red Wings Crescent.
That's what we need right there. We need to go to North Dakota and figure out what the hell Brandon's doing. I don't want to come across them. Let me tell you what, all the times, and I've never let him come on the show, that I've spoke to Don Wells. I know he's full of shit, but I've never had the sickness in the pit of my stomach. Even listening to him and Candace breaking doors and everything never got to me. But something talking to Stacy Wandra.
Well, I'll tell you what the difference is right now, Brooks. I know what where you're going with this. The difference between Dawn and Candace is that they're here actively perpetrating a hoax. They have all their ducks in a row. They're just trying to instill the mystery and build social credit, and that's done with Dr. Phil and all of that stuff. So they're writing a different sort of crime. These are legitimate child sexual predators. That's what I couldn't get out of my mind. I'm like, how is nobody fucking seeing this? And I'm, well, I better get busy. You see it, which makes me feel very, very good. Oh my God, it makes me feel so good that you do. Not that it's the greatest thing to identify, but it takes that sense of panic away.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, I've been hammering at these fools for a long time, just talking about how deviant and nasty they are. And the reason he wanted to talk to me, he sent me an email out of the blue. He said, I think you have it all wrong. You need to talk to me so I can explain what happened. And I'm like,
Obviously you don't know the story. And that's just the logic of a criminal mind. All he has to do is just talk his way out of it. This is the confidence of predators like this. And that's a consistent, there's very, well, I shouldn't say everyone, but a lot of the time.
Well, and I had him on speakerphone, and the more he talked, my husband, he was sitting there and he kept shaking his head and he goes, he did it.
But in his mind, there's no possible way he can understand why you would say that, because he himself is not familiar, i.e. in the right mindset to observe his own fucking behavior. He's never had that in his life. So to him, it's just normal. And this is how it happens. Fuck, this is a cookie cutter situation developing, unfortunately.
It's like he called one day and I was like, oh, it's Stacy Wandra. And we were getting ready to watch, I don't know. I think it was the Ravens and Chiefs playing that day. Then later in the day was Lions and 49ers. But he wanted to talk to my husband. And he told my husband, he goes, I just want to apologize to you because I know that Brooks has feelings for me, but I think you're better for her than me. And Greg's looking at me like I have a dick grown out of my head, and he's just like shaking his head because he knows how these people are. He's worked at psych centers and everything. He's just like, and he's like, but I'll be your marriage counselor.
That was you. He offered that to that. Okay, I heard that rumor going around. That's so bizarre. Like that's just a straight direct. He's trying to throw one on you, gaslight you, and see how malleable you are and how he can manipulate you. Because for all he knows, that's just how he approaches every situation, I would think. Every situation that he brings to somebody is a bullshit scenario where he's got to pretend he's in a place of superiority, intellect, and socially than anybody else. Take a look at you, you fat fuck.
Yeah.
This is the level of fucking absurdity you deal with predators like this. And they're with it ride or die, because that's all they have. Any normal individual would never give him the time of day. Why? Because he has 400 pounds of jelly fucking hanging out the front of his t-shirt at all times. All right. Is that bad? Is that fat shaming? Depends who you are, I guess. But the reality of the situation is it speaks volumes about how you refuse to take care of yourself. You can see it. Your fucking stinks.
He's disgusting.
Absolutely. And this little motherfucker is riding around that Treasure Valley, taking images of kids for his sexual amusement, but he takes it to the next level because remember, he's the businessman. This is all in attempts to make money off of video that has staying power, something like a snuff film.
That's the reason they kept going to Vegas. I guarantee there's been more than one child in that house, and these are kids that don't exactly have
absolutely. Vegas is one of the worst places because you can be an anonymous and the traffic flows like nobody's business. It's easy to skirt under the radar and network at any one time because it's just such a flow of people in that. And it's not like Vegas is horrible. It's just taken advantage by opportunists, people who know and spend their majority of their time working around the system because it's a system that has closed its doors to them because of their behaviors, let's say. In a nice
well, you look at the Delphi case, Keegan and Tony, after the Delphi girls were killed, they went straight to Vegas. I'm not saying they have anything to do with the murder, but they had something that they could sell to someone there that goes on the deep web.
Turn around. Exactly. And a broker, if you will, a liaison, the same type of liaison that he advertises his services as, that type of person, a person who knows people, who advertises his availability to broker deals and write itineraries for special request travel destinations for pedos, for example. Mm-hmm. The language is all there, and in it, and it just makes me sick knowing that here this guy is fucking shopping this bullshit story around. But then again, it's an interesting exercise in psychology, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I mean, I just sit there and I just listen. Now, some people aren't very good at it. They're just not. And some people just let him talk, which is the best thing because let's face it, you've been doing this long enough. I have been too, that we know that criminals just don't feel comfy.
The best way to treat a scenario like this is exactly how you treated it, how JLR treats it every time. As different and as absurd as it looks from the audience, you really have to remember where you are at that time. Because when you're in the scenario, you recognize how valuable that conversation is going to be. You want to make it as comfortable and get to the point as soon as possible type of thing, without causing a lot of impedance. So get it out and then we'll deal with it afterwards. But when you're watching it, it's like, how could you? Sometimes it's like, God darn. It's difficult.
Oh, I know. I lost many friends. They were like, I cannot believe you did this. And I'm like, do you really think I flipped?
Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Because when you don't know you and you're listening to it and it's right on, it's the first one, you don't know. You're not expecting it. You don't know exactly how bad it really is. Like am I looking for one thing? Am I looking for two things? It's not very difficult to get caught up to speed of the circumstances in this situation until you talk to Stacy. Then all of a sudden things get god darn complicated. It's not complicated. All right. No matter how complicated you talk about the scenario, it all leaves you asking more questions and more suspect of this particular individual. And those are terms that I'm using out of respect for the legal process. Not, believe me, this guy's got guilty written all over him. That's just in the coffee room talk, of course.
Well, and like my husband's ex-law enforcement, he was like, when you talk to any of these people, he goes, ask them the same question. He said pertinent questions and ask it different ways and with different tones. And that's what I do. Because people were like, why do you keep asking him the same question? Why do you keep asking the same question?
Because you see how genuine he is to the state. If he gets like believe me, I've been through your interview many times already. You do that at the end of it, and that drives his frustration, and he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand the psychology about watching him and how easily he gets irritated over questions that should be exonerating and feel great Are you clear about it now? If somebody's not clear about something, you haven't done a good enough job explaining yourself. It's not because they're lacking any of intelligence. The same intelligence that you lack having yourself. He's intelligent enough to know that lying gets you farther than not saying anything at all. And he goes with that.
And then like he was so mad at, Justin and Josh. He said, I felt like I was set up. Well, because, Josh was kind of playing bad cop and Justin was, being nice. And he was sending me all these crazy messages about homosexuals and things about Josh. And I'm like, well, what do they have to do with your station in life? Because no matter what you want to say about
what he's trying to do is he doesn't know what YouTube is like in that sense. To him, he thinks that he's going to be somebody and use that notoriety to absorb up an audience from these people. And he's getting a feel out of who he should cozy up to first, i.e. he's dropping Eve's name all over the place. Oh, she's just so fucking great. She needs to be punted the fuck out of this planet. She's ridiculous. She is worse and just as bad, I should say, than the predators. You're an enabler. Did you just fucking open up his travel company or something, Eve? Are you running his travel company for him when he's in the clink? Like, you have this guy dropping your name like that. You probably deserve to be charged, but that's me fantasizing. However, it's just my opinion on the situation. Anybody can get caught up and groomed into a situation like this because of how he operates and how he approaches every situation in his life. And if you can't understand the difference between a legitimate situation, even and an illegitimate situation, what fucking good are you?
Her hang up is she thinks that Brandy and Tyler are guilty. And she's going to prove it, even though they're
now. Little late for that now. Talk to fucking JD Huff there, smart mouth.
Because
Brandy and Tyler aren't the ones going to the grand jury. They have fucking nothing to do with anything. This is what happens when you get into a scenario like okay, so you're here on YouTube with the true crime channel. You want to find things to talk about. Okay, not the normal run-of-the-mill things that are going to bore you. You want a reason to find to deliver things in your own perspective, and that's gets carried away with that, in my opinion. Like,
I spoke to her on the phone. I spoke to her, and I was like, "Wait, where are you getting?" Of course, it's her own research or whatever. And I'm like, well,
that means nothing, by the way, out there. People who want to go and claim that they're great big fucking researchers. No, you're utilizing the services of all the other people that went and did the search and the legwork on the same platform that we're all using, friends. Research is a lot more broad than that. And you're not doing any fucking free research, by the way. So stop playing fucking pretend.
We actually had a guy around the community that always did his own research, and it turned out he's a RSO in Baltimore. Guess how quick he got booted out?
Well, it depends. I'm not even going to answer that one because it's the YouTube community.
You never know who you're talking to. You don't know who Lady Love 69 is, and I'm not saying that Eve is doing anything. I mean, that's not even her real name. But I do worry about her because she is a mother of small children, and you don't know when these sickos who think she's on their side will show up.
Right, exactly, and need your services. And all of a sudden, because you have your back against the wall, you're now even more motivated to see things through and help these fucking predators. And all of a sudden, you end up another fucking victim.
Mm-hmm.
You're the next victim because you're an easy mark. You're an easy target.
Because Michael Vaughn wasn't the first. Michael Vaughn was the first that got them caught.
Right. This looks like they had to have done this before, and there's somebody else in the picture. Like there'll be an outlet, like their liaison to where they took it. That's going to be interesting. But it could just be a whole different. Handoffs like that, they could operate differently. It's no different than a big drug deal. Something like that holds so much criminal responsibility. You hire people to do that for you. You hire somebody to take a package and go and exchange it with somebody else in a public place. So it's going to be difficult. Just so you layer yourself from it, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, the other day when I talked to Stacy, he got very mad because I'm not going to pay for his hotel room. No, I'm not. And I don't have a problem with creators that are saying, I'll give you some money for your time, buy a sandwich, go to dinner, whatever. I mean, I don't have ABC 2020
There's a
money.
fair exchange. What is it he needs to get out of whatever he's bringing to you? All he wants to do really is somebody to pay him for what, for his time up here. Well, what are you bringing to the fucking table? Like there needs to be a fair exchange. And this is where, well, he's a Craigslist cabbie, man. He's all over wheeling, dealing with RSOs. I don't deal with motherfuckers like that. The fuck out of here.
Because when I
You're
spoke
to
him the other day, this is our text exchange. I would have to screenshot it and put it on the screen. So here I'm reading it. 12:16 p.m. That's Central Time. I said, who is Anthony Jones and Amanda Dill? Are you still talking to them? He said, none of your effing business, retard. I said, well, do you still talk to them? I know he can't speak to Anthony Jones because he died in jail. He said, shut the fuck up, you fucking bitch. Quit asking me and trying to make small talk. I'm blocking you. We're done. You're a piece of shit. I'm going to make sure to spread rumors about your fucking channel. Even I will get you shut down. I said,
yeah. Oh, you gotta screenshot that motherfucker and post it all over the internet. We'll share that out. We'll get a fucking 10,000 looks at that. That's funny shit.
Well, I don't.
You're a fucking scoundrel. You've got every child fucking RSO claiming your name. Congratulations, Eve. Congratulations.
Well, I don't think that Eve knows that she was thrown into that. But
I don't know. Oh, well, sorry about that. Your comment. Excuse me. Yes, sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's just him talking to me. I'm not going to drag her into something, even though we don't see the case.
Oh, you would think that they're still friends. They have to be great friends at this point. Making all the same enemies.
I mean, I even said on the show a couple weeks ago, I said, Daisy looks great right now.
Well, yeah, I guess.
In a way.
That situation.
Mm-hmm.
This is a legitimate situation, though.
I go, so do you still need a room? He goes, I'll make it so you lose people on your channel. I'm actually reporting your channel right now. I said, that's fine. I guess I'll pay for Brandon's room since he has time to talk.
I'm reporting your channel right now. What was he going to report it for?
Not paying for his room in America in Boise. Then he said, you're dumb as fuck, dude. He said, he's staying in fucking North Dakota with his dad. You think I care? Go fuck yourself, you stupid bitch. And I said, no, he isn't, because he's not in North Dakota right now. He goes,
you're quite the chatty Cathy in the background with this guy.
Yeah.
This is funny shit. So he's really mad at you. I wonder what his problem is right now. Things didn't turn out the way that he wanted.
He was mad because, well, see, for one, I called him when I was live one day and he was getting kicked out of Kelly's house.
I heard that. What happened at Kelly's house?
She found out who he was, long story, and she was kicking him out when I called him. And he answered the phone when I was live. Well, he's the one that told me he was an open book.
Yeah, first thing, he's an open book. Ask him anything.
Yeah.
Just don't ask him it twice. He doesn't like to be asked the same question twice from him.
No, he's going to tell you once and you're going to believe it.
Oh, absolutely. That's why he's up here.
He goes, you really think I'm going to buy that? There's a reason he refuses to go on your live, and I know why. That's why he keeps flaking out on you, you stupid bitch. I said, no, he refused Dolly, not me. He goes, funny, that's why you've been trying to get him to go on your live for a long time, and he won't. So he's been watching. I go, well,
he's watching.
I said, he's chomping at the bit now, but as you said, he has nothing, so no worries. He said, look, I have a life I have to take care of. You're stupid and ridiculous, and I hope that your marriage gets sabotaged. You're about as dumb as they fucking come, you stupid C word. I hope hell comes to find you and you rot and burn in it. I said, I don't think hell's coming to look for me. Hell seems to be looking for you, your wife, and friends. And from there, he blocked me.
Oh, that's not nice. That's not very nice there.
How rude. I'm sitting here trying to be a friend. I'm asking.
Yeah. He's telling you that you're stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad you didn't go to those same boys' homes as he did.
Well, he got in trouble at that one boy's home, and he got moved when he was like 11 years old. He told me about that. He was forcing himself on other people.
He was forcing himself on other people?
Well, that's what he said,
that?
but it was a misunderstanding.
What, does your penis just fall into somebody else? Start running around with your penis in your hand, fella?
That's what I want to know.
I fucking knew it. I knew it. The only reason to move a boy in a child's home is if he's causing problems within the group sexually. And he's admitted to being moved 6 to 11 times, obsessed with sex. You're a fucking idiot, Stacy. They can't off you fast enough.
Mm-hmm. Christina said that's why he was in the homes until the age of 23. Hello?
Yeah, he was. That's exactly what he's trying to mimic and make there at 1102 Red Wing, is the same sort of environment as that, only to his deal, because that's what he observed. He probably fell into some sort of home that they were abusing and grooming anyway, and trafficking from, in that sense. Okay, that's very common, and it's common in that scenario as well, because they're targeted nonstop, generations into it, hundreds of years into situations like this.
And hang on, I have someone here fixing something. Give me a second. Keep talking.
All right. Let me see what chat is going on. Hello, chat. It's great to see everybody. Wist. What is this? KK, a person of interest in the Delphi double homicide, scurried off to Vegas right after that crime. Some think he sold photos or videos there. Exactly. This would be a commonality to pretty much any predator who's out there now, because they all need to feed that fuel. Like, for example, there's an interesting story, the monster coming out from WSMV Ford, Nashville. This dude was driving around. He died, but they caught him in a very harrowing story on the interstate, and he pulled up behind a gal. He ended up kidnapping her, holding her at gunpoint. But this individual, the woman, escaped. They thought to be her only individual that has survived this particular serial killer. But God darn it, he was traveling around in his tractor trailer with a bag full of bloodied women's underwear. He had his kit, and of course they did such a fantastic job covering it, and they were talking to the victim of this story, who is one feisty gal. But this particular individual never really ended up coming to justice, because he passed away before it went to trial. But it's worth a watch. And the key similarity that it has there too, there's a key Craigslist similarity in all of this, because this is how they network, of course. And I mean predators, child predators, freaks, deviants. They network on Craigslist, and
they do. And I can't believe Craigslist is still up and running. Like I was telling everyone, I'm like, hell, I bought a dining room table from it.
This is a thing, because the point is it's a progressive, logical scenario meant to help man in networking on the internet. It was been around since the infancy of the internet, and it's been a good thing. However, like everything, it gets taken over by criminals, deviants, and then it gets a reputation, right? Mm-hmm. And then that reputation, all kinds of different things stem up, like Kijiji and all kinds of secondary forum or listing sites, because that's all it really is a list. It's a list, but it's collective, all in one place globally.
Well, and they have different emojis in there, and
different meanings.
They have a way to talk to each other. They have like their own code.
Yep. That just developed with Craigslist, but there's a secondary one as well for the particular predators. You're right. Mm-hmm. But it's not very difficult to pick it up.
I asked him point blank about what they were doing on Craigslist, and I, mentioned, children, and he goes, "No, they don't let you put it in there like that." Well, and that's live, my friend.
That he knew how to operate around their otherwise filters. He has a lot of those indicators, doesn't he? He loves to
He
bullshit
certainly
and
does.
talk.
He certainly does. And I mean, I always knew that once it all started coming out, it was going to be bad. And I don't mean bad, I mean a bad that we can't wrap our mind around. I knew it was. And I don't wear the tinfoil hat. I don't go down those roads, but I just knew it. I mean, everything was pointing that way. I mean, just by what law enforcement was saying. You know, October of 2021, abduction. November 2021, abduction. We knew where the dogs stopped. Then it was every day. It's increasingly more obvious to law enforcement that this is a true abduction. They brought Doug Hart in from the FBI to set up shop at Fruitland to advise them. And from there was so much stuff going on behind the scenes that, you know, Stacy and Brandon have, you know, told us about. You know, they go to the jail and they see Stacy, they interrogate him, not about his shitty gun deal, his shitty pew-pew deal. All they want to talk about was Michael Vaughn. Then you have July of 2022, and you have Chief Huff saying multiple suspects. Wasn't expecting that. We're expecting like one weirdo. Multiple, he said. And I think there's going to be more.
I think so too, because the more that we discover about what's going on in this 1102 Red Wing, you just have to think that there's a greater, that these people have people that they know, connections in which to make this well, the profit come in a sense. So, you know, in my mind right now, where it is I'm and I think that's where people are discovering is what it's indicating is that they were out looking for a boy in that sense, or a child that day, like they're out always looking for one in that sense. These people are predators and they're looking for a victim, and a suitable victim.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that July 27th has some significance to someone because there was a lot of activity going on around there. And I think Adrian wasn't quite aware of what they were up to because he had his own things going on with Sarah. Stacy talks about that. He didn't know until later that they had the oral thing going on, him and Adrian. Not him and Adrian. He was actually into Adrian too.
Yeah. They were all about Adrian. He loves Adrian in that sense.
And
he loves a black stick.
And so does Brandon. Brandon was like, Adrian loved me. He says that all the time. Adrian loved me, and he should have been my friend. That's what Brandon
said. They had him in as a play toy, probably.
You know, they found him behind a dumpster. They clean him up, and then they act like they don't know who he is. I think the guy had an afro, and yeah, he was black. He was an NBA prospect. He loved me. You know, that whole thing.
Yeah, I saw all that. He also has a meth charge on him, 50 grams of it.
Yeah, but they act like, and Stacy's always like, well, he's the one that's into child trafficking. No, dude,
he's the only one that publicly states that based off his charges and history. But so does Stacy's. Like, trafficking covers a pretty broad range of things, and all of those things are under that roof.
The trafficking had nothing to do with humans. That is worded a totally different way. But Stacy's like, no, the detectives told me it was, you know, human trafficking, child trafficking. No. I'll show you the charges right now.
It's just the amount of substance. It was considered trafficking.
Idiots.
Oh, he was with a very young girl that day, but he's young as well, right? They're all in their 20s.
Oh, that is true. Yeah.
However, barely legal, I would consider her.
You know, and sad, you know, every time I bring up, you know, the weight conditions with Sarah and Stacy, because we have to put the physicality and the mentality into the crime we're talking about. If you're looking at someone whose feet are too swollen to mow a lawn, how are they going to kidnap a child? How are they going to do these things? And I mean, I've been called out on so many community tabs, not that it matters. And they say, oh, it's so gross that she keeps fat shaming and she keeps bringing up their sexual relationships.
Well, it's an indicator as to how they need to manipulate other people. It's an indicator. We all know that they're into it. It's an indicator that would suggest that they're the ringleaders by looking at how they manipulate people to come into this little realm of theirs and carry out their bidding. All of these false promises and all of these just, sex primarily is a good motivator. So he's really trafficking, using his wife in that sense as human labor to carry out any sort of business dealings. He's trafficking her. That would be human trafficking.
Yeah.
And that's really what he's admitting to. He doesn't exactly know where that line begins and where it ends. That's why it sounds so fucking weird and contrary to anything that you ever snicker at in the background with people in the lifestyle anyway. This is not that. This is completely fucking different. This is just a cover, like everything else is a cover for their debauchery.
Oh, it's this is the type of shit that God shut down Sodom and Gomorrah for.
Exactly. I was thinking that earlier. I'm like, holy shit.
And I'm going to get to this. We're not talking about garden variety child abuse, which is horrible. Don't get me wrong. These people are on a different friggin' level. Michael had no chance, and neither did any of the other children that could have been in their crosshairs. They had a plan that day.
They have a system that they are constantly operating 24/7, 365. And at any point in time, when they find a suitable victim for whatever that is, for their devious purposes or whatever they're making, they'll develop that together. And that's their suitable victim. And they'll wait until one falls in their trap. And I have a sneaking suspicion that because what made Monkey the target that day was simply him not having an adult or another person around him as a witness. He was out alone. He might have went outside to play. We don't really know. Or it could be something more, but that's as I could imagine. I'm sure there's more sinister things.
I think it could be something more because
it could be targeted.
It could be a target. And the reason I'm saying that is because the first time I talked to Brandy, she said she'd had a very weird feeling that somebody had been watching them. But they're not going to tell the kids you can't play outside and be kids. I mean, my kids
right
outside all the time.
Strange cars down the road always seem to be, taking off when they notice them, maybe,
And the neighborhood has always been considered a very safe neighborhood. And it's like, the neighbors know each other. They know what kids play with each other. And that's, how it goes. I mean, a lot of it, I think, comes from Brandon being the Domino's driver. They order Domino's every week, maybe twice a week. How do we know that Brandon didn't have his eye on Michael?
Right.
And tell him
he sure has a lot of motivation to be simping on their behalf. Like, right. He wants to make it seem like there's conflict, but in the end, he's really just covering his ass and theirs as well and hoping to have something to hold over their fate heads.
And isn't it so ridiculous and just goofy? I mean, let them talk. Let them keep talking. Let them talk, because they're going to say something that will make no sense to us. We won't pick up on it, but someone that's listening will. But is it not just crazy that in this day and age, they think if they can convince social media that they're all in the clear?
I can't believe it. This fucking terrifies me because there can't be the only ones out there like that. And I mean, they're so fucking blinded by what they think is reality that they don't even recognize the hard fucking hammer coming down on them in that sense.
No, it's like, when Stacey told me he's not afraid of jail. He's not afraid of being indicted. He's not afraid. And I'm like, but you're afraid of sleeping under a bridge? There's a big difference between being in jail for your gun charges or your petty drugs or whatever than what you're suspected of right now.
He's not going to want to go to jail with what they're charging him with.
No.
You may as well ask for the death penalty. Get it over the easy way.
Oh, Jay, what the hell are you doing? I think about Polly Klaas when the man that is convicted of killing her, don't even want to say his name, said, take off that charge, the sexual element, because he said, I will be a dead man walking. And the detective said, you already are. They don't want to go to jail for anything associated with a child.
I'd be terrified to even fucking walk around if I was him. Like this is a no-brainer in this sense. It's not like there's a real question and there's a lot. This is as bad as it fucking gets. It's almost infuriating to know these cocksuckers are running around there free right now around kids, operating in the same way that got at least one that we know of child murder. That's what really kind of irks me at the moment, but I understand why. I'm not mad about it. It's just when you think that there isn't a situation, you think you got all your bases covered, there's another fucking situation that pops up that,
I think Florida's got it right. Florida has got it right. This is something that cannot be cured, cannot be healed, and cannot be in society, cannot be on the streets. So they get the DP. That's it. Oklahoma's adopting it. Texas is adopting it.
Oh, the death penalty.
Yeah. Alabama's adopting it. Because if you are that sick and depraved that you think it's okay in your mind, whatever happened in your childhood.
They've never had a childhood. That's the problem. Okay. Mm-hmm. So they've never had access to what it's like to be normal. It's like it's the damage is done in that sense. In this circumstance, you can never go back and lead a normal life, or otherwise you would have been already. There's no sense. Thank God psychology has finally caught up to this in the legal system, or it's still catching up in certain places, in certain areas, but there's always seems to be a problem. There always is going to be a problem with that. We need to protect our children, and holy shit. I mean, think about how different life is from the 70s and 80s, to what it is now, and how different people approach their daily life. And it still happens, if not even more frequently.
Well, do you know what he told me one day? Because he was like, well, I don't want to talk about Michael anymore. He goes, and I said, okay, what do you want to talk about? The weather? Of course, he'd already told me how shitty the weather was in Idaho, all the snow and everything. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, then what's your favorite movie? He goes, you know what movie I laugh at? He goes, because it's just too unreal. The acting is horrible. And I said, what? And he said, Sleepers. I didn't even know what the movie was.
Did you say Sleepers?
Do you even know what that movie is?
Sleepers? It sounds like an old, weird, crazy horror movie from the 80s or 90s. I don't think so. You have to refresh my memory. What is it?
I didn't know what it was. I had to look it up. And again, I was physically ill.
Oh, God. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, there's Kevin Bacon's in it. How bad can it be? Brad Pitt's in it. How bad can it be?
That's what I was thinking, too.
Sleepers is a 1996. Well, see, I was close. Sleepers is a 1996 American legal crime drama film. Okay, the plot. Childhood friends living in Hell's Kitchen. Oh, I have seen this, actually. The parish priest, a youth offender himself. It's a movie that shows the pattern. I remember it. Yes, I do. Now I know it. Robert De Niro. Yeah, it was actually, we have a VHS at the cottage on the shelf. That's why I know it. I haven't seen it in a long forever, but as soon as it starts, I'm probably going to remember it. Yeah, the acting was horrible. So we're right.
He said 'cause he just laughs because of the acting. Well, I found it and I was watching it and I was like, okay, whoa.
It'll be the grooming parts that he's laughing at.
Okay, yeah, it's about it's not about the no, it's no, he's laughing at the boys being terrorized.
Okay, yes, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, from the priest. I seem to remember that scene.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he went further because I was like, well, you know, I said the same thing as you did. I'm like, well,
Tell
Kevin
me
Bacon.
you didn't have a whole conversation with this guy about that.
I was just trying to figure out what movie he was talking about, and I said the same thing you said. I was like, well, Kevin Bacon's in it. How bad can it be? And he's like, he's the one that told the kid to give him a BJ. And I was like, okay, never mind. That's why I'm saying we're dealing with something totally different here.
Yeah, he's still a child himself in that sense. He's encapsulated, but he is a real slimy character in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Hicks said, yeah, Kevin Bacon is the bad guy. Olin Tank said the acting was way too real in Sleepers.
It seems like these individuals are a conduit for CP in that sense.
Well, I don't think everyone that has a bad childhood comes out and does things like this.
No, it doesn't. Actually, they come out the exact opposite way as hard-lined protectors as well. It's a long-studied, we'll call it a problem. I can't fucking believe that he is walking around at this point in time.
Well, and it makes you wonder what it is, because the probable cause has been sent to the prosecuting attorney. There's something they're missing besides Michael. Is it bigger than what we're thinking? Are they
I wonder.
Children?
I wonder, maybe they're letting him go free and monitoring, thinking that maybe he's going to be reaching out and they're going to be collecting a lot more information in the long run. Who knows? In that sense, there's probably plenty of ways to clean this fish.
Oh yeah, because as long as they know where he's at,
he's not a danger, and he's probably under some sort of surveillance in that sense. I would think, but that costs money to a degree. But who am I?
Yeah. Well, I mean, once they're behind bars, they're not going to talk. I mean,
right.
Shit, I'm not the prosecuting attorney, and I can think of several things they could arrest them all for. I mean, Brandon is such tough shit. He's like, well, you know, I've got those, plot charges in Idaho. His mother could use her Capital One card and pay that in a second.
Yeah, especially in today's environment. Pot's not what's keeping you away.
Get real. Because he shit the bed when the FBI rolled up into Montana when he was working in Lewiston. Brandon couldn't get away fast enough.
I could just imagine. So this Cesar Baruto, cock destroyer.
Oh boy, I'll tell you what, he's something else. Yeah, there's Caesar right there. There's his mugshot. Brandon keeps saying he's a Mexican guy. Well, it says non-Hispanic. You can see his charges. Lewd conduct with child, witness intimidation, and that's to a child.
Really?
Yep.
Probably the own witness that was going to testify against him.
Yeah, that's how it reads. Just, names are blacked out.
Yeah. That's a shame. What a fuck. He's a definite child predator of the worst kind already, to the point where he doesn't give a fuck. He advertises it. It tells you that this man is just a little fucking Satan himself.
And look at him sitting in the back seat behind Stacy and Sarah. They can't even fit in the front seat, and they're in a damn Escalade. Then you have Brandon and Caesar back there, and the four of them were all going to go fishing.
What does that mean? I don't believe that they're going fishing for fish. What does this mean?
No, I don't know. That's what Stacy said. We were going fishing the day before.
July 26th?
Yep.
So they were all together. This crew was all together essentially around that time. You guys are all going down.
Kelly Dime said fishing for what?
Yeah, fishing for victims.
What sports? For one, you can tell how bright it is outside. Who the hell is going to go fishing in the middle of the day? Unless you're just, throwing the line out just to spend time. And she was in the hospital on the 25th.
She just got out of the hospital. Now they're going fishing. Oh, yep. Aren't they just the outdoorsy types?
Yep. And so then you have Adrian, who they found behind the dumpster. Brandon, Sarah, and Adrian on the 27th head out to Nampa. They troll around the mall. They went to Macy's and different places. Went back to Kuna to get a water bottle. I think there was something more going on there, like just, trying to figure out their plan. They go eat at Popeyes, drop him off at Adrian off at Applebee's. They take the picture of him at 4:47 p.m., leave him there. Sarah and Brandon go to the pawn shop, arrive back in Fruitland, and shortly after, at Southwestern Arizona, there is Stacy, Sarah, and Brandon with Michael Vaughn yards away from them, putting power steering fluid into the Sierra to go to Kuna. They stop at the Chevron and they fuel up on gas. They never mentioned having to put power steering fluid in with that horrible, horrible leak on the way back from Kuna. But I'm no mechanic.
So when did the leak start?
He said he'd been doing it off and on for a month.
Well, it doesn't do it off and on. It's either fucked or it's not fucked.
Sounds like
that's bullshit. That's bullshit because listen, I have power steering problems. Like I don't even use it, but I keep a little bit in it to keep it from whining.
Sounds like a decoy to me. That they saw Michael and they stopped. They opened up the hood,
set up shop, and approached him. Because that's what they were already out doing. They were scoping things out.
Yeah, because he'd already stopped at the splash pad. He went to the Arby's in Payette, which is right from another splash pad. I don't think there was a taxi run.
Yeah, what does that actually even mean to begin with? I don't believe it. Anything is a fair in that sense, in the legitimate sense of the word.
No,
it's just an excuse to be out and predating. So this whole second image from another splash pad that people are bringing up, where's that from?
Payette.
And that was in that video from the Irish gentleman.
No. Before we knew about any of these people, he was talking about Google images that were uploaded in July of 2021. And he said, just follow along with me. And people were calling him crazy. And all those people on Twitter were saying, you're crazy. They basically ran him off for a long time. He doesn't really talk about Michael anymore, and he should. And he was getting there. I mean, he was right on it.
Where did that rumor about the secondary or the other splash pad come up though? Where did we find that?
Well, because Stacy gave a receipt. He calls it a receipt,
Oh, it was in
saying that
those pictures?
he was at the A&W in Ontario, but Oregon, but it showed Pay It at the bottom. Then he slipped and said Arby's, and across from that area is another splash pad.
Oh, a great reason to go up there, isn't it? Delicious roast beef sandwiches with cheese.
Yeah.
Satisfy that craving as he's got a mouthful of like nicotine. He's probably got 300 milligrams of nicotine stuffed down there in his jaw. Just keeping him up there on another plane. Zzz, zzz. High frequency.
Oh, I know. And he's always like, I'm a big dipper. I'm a big dipper. And I'm like, what does that even mean?
That's the stupidest fucking joke. I know. That's like some dirty fucking, well, I don't know. It's a stupid joke. He's trying to demonstrate his sense of humor, but he has a sense of humor of a child predator, and it's always awkward. They never get it. Okay? Because they don't relate to adults.
No. Here, I'll put it on and you can see what Spirit Seeker said.
You want to clear this up. Sterling said, so A&W is at 3:30 and it's an hour and a half drive to get home. Would that get you back to the location at about 5 p.m.-ish or what, can you clarify that kind of timeline for us?
A&W is in Ontario, Sterling. So it takes to go from Ontario to Fruitland is about maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, depending on which part of Ontario you're in. This one was taken at
selfie. Well, look at how handsome that is. Oh, look at how good in your Escalade. Sexy Sar Bar. That's my new nickname.
The night in question. Oh, you'll see right here, 400 South 6th Street takes you directly to the Arby's.
He said, and then it takes you to Arby's. And he switches between profiles that day. It's not always Stacy Wandra. Here, let me show you. It goes from Stacy Wandra to this sexy Sar Bear.
Yeah, now you're talking. Say that again.
He switches between Stacy Wandra. Yeah, right there. See, that's Stacy Wandra. That's when he's taking pictures underneath the hood for whatever reason. I don't know at night.
Of somebody else's car. That's Brandon's car, by the way.
Yeah, it's Brandon's car.
Yeah, who the fuck cares? Tell Brandon to take his own fucking pictures of his own serial number. Why would you need it?
Yeah, but earlier in the day,
look at the look on his face. Stop for a sec, Brooks.
Yeah.
Look at the look on his face. It's like he's got one hand on his Johnson, and he's got his fuck face on. Sexy Sarbar. Are you looking at? Do you see what I see? What a freak, dude! It looks like he's like in a sweat, out of breath. Because that's his fat belly roll, isn't it? Because that's a tattoo. Oh, dude. Sexy Sarvar, sexy. That's nasty.
It is. And that's his profile picture for whatever he's doing. It even says to the right of it, you can edit the face, but he liked that one.
Oh, it gets the point across. All right. Oh, my God. Oh, dear.
Could it be more obvious?
Well, this is what they consider to be normal for themselves. I mean, I'm all about free love, but they're taking free love to Craigslist.
They're taking it to children.
Exactly. Well, there's no sex and violence or vice versa. These people are so beyond explanation in this. We can only bring you to that water, and you're going to have to imagine the rest. Fuck, I couldn't handle it. Snuff films.
Hmm. So right there, the Arby's he mentions, that's in Payette.
Building, which is, keep in mind, July 27th,
Faces of Sexy
2021,
Sarbar.
3:37 p.m. There's this. Show y'all. Arby's was exactly on that
You
road
think
right
that
there.
a dude like Sexy Sarbar
Or,
with
sorry,
such
not
an
Arby's,
extensive like
A&W.
black book would have all kinds of places to stay, being such a swinging couple that they are? You mind if I sleep in your garage? Thank you.
Yeah. But I mean, he is bumming all over the internet. I mean, I can't be more clear with people. Don't use your real name on YouTube. You don't know who's going to find you on Facebook or Instagram or however they do it and start hitting you up for hotel rooms. You wouldn't even believe some of these messages people are sending me. They're like, he's saying that, he's diabetic. He's going to go into a diabetic coma. And so if he doesn't have a room tonight, he's going to die. And I'm like, well,
Hurry up.
then
Death couldn't come fast enough for this son of a bitch.
well, then you know what? Then let God sort him out.
Right. Well, somebody's still going down for this. There's
Yeah.
still 3 others.
Got a secret you can keep. It said, who keeps timestamps only when a child goes missing?
This one was taken after leaving the parking lot of A&W.
Oh, this is a good video.
You'll see, just zoom in real close. Highway 95.
Oh, I feel hypnotized and mesmerized.
We'll go back. This picture was taken
Where was the 45-minute drive then? It wasn't.
coming back home.
Okay. So the A&W was in Fruitland.
They have an A&W in Fruitland, and they have an A&W in Ontario.
Where was this A&W then?
In Ontario. That's what I said.
Gotcha. But it's 15 minutes. So where did you go? I understand what you're saying, and I thought Ontario was really close too, but you went someplace and it was a 45-minute to an hour-and-a-half drive. Where was that?
Oh, that was the night before. That was the day before when we went fishing at Owyhee Reservoir.
Okay. Okay. So you're
Okay, so the day before is when they went fishing.
Just hold on a second.
Yes.
These places, people need to check these fucking places out, because for all we know, these fucking out of control crazy mofos are out stashing evidence from other fucking crimes that they've committed, dumping fucking bodies for their snuff films, storing them for a while, dumping them, and this is what keeps them busy all the time. And then during this whole process, they pick up new victims along the way. That's just what I wanted to say, but continue.
Well, I mean, my question
All of a
is,
sudden, these fat bastards are at a reservoir not fishing. Only reason to be at a reservoir is to throw something in the water.
well, and think about, because he gave a totally different name, and he had to see Labor Dave on the 27th. Labor Dave loves to hang out at Bully Reservoir.
Huh.
Labor Dave also got his ass kicked and had like 9 fractures in his face and was on the news.
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah.
Who was his former employee?
Oh, he pretty much all of them. But the one that actually got charged was not one of them.
So these were essentially the 4 or 5 that came with the person that was charged.
Yeah, they're still out.
You're home at about, so what time are you home then after A&W? So what time did you get home?
Probably about
27.
4 o'clock if I had to put a time on it.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you went straight home? Like, did you see any
Didn't stop
children?
anywhere. No.
Okay.
The next video I share.
He says, no, didn't see any children. No. He saw plenty of children because that's what he was looking for.
Oh, he's always looking for kids. Listen to how detailed he goes into remembering something so random.
Mhm. He answers questions that have not been asked.
Right, right.
If someone asks you, okay, let's go back to Brandon. If someone says, is there a basement in the house? Well, is there one or not? I don't know. Never checked it out. Yes, no. He instantly said no, but there's a crawl space.
The crawl space, there's an enclosed crawl space. An enclosed crawl space with a vent.
And Stacy was adamant. He only had a gun in there at the one in Fruitland. But the dogs hit on the crawl space at the one in Kuna, at Tina's house.
Right. That's a significant hit. Why, of all places, would they just randomly hit at Tina's house, the place that they claim to have traveled to and from 2 days? Oh, this doesn't look very good for them. This whole story about towing this car back with his Escalade. Why are you towing with an Escalade to begin with, unless you absolutely have to rescue a breakdown? All of a sudden on the 27th, you're towing a car.
Well, they towed with the Sierra. The Escalade they took the day before to go not fishing. And they went to the reservoir, and the reservoir he's talking about is the one that Labor Dave likes to go to all the time. See, I think all of this, none of this just happened on the 27th. This is not someone that just backed over a child and freaked out. This is planning that has been going on for several years.
So do you think Labor Dave has some involvement in everything to this little ring to like facilitate their ongoings? Maybe a place out in the remote locations of Idaho to hold?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I know he got his ass beat over something, and I don't think it had to do with not paying someone. No one's going to get that pissed about being stiffed.
Right.
To go to jail for that long and put someone in the hospital.
That's a beating the fear into somebody.
Ilyanka said Labor Dave got his ass whooped because snitches get stitches. Yeah, that's the type of beating someone gets when they're about to talk.
I wonder what Labor Dave was about to talk about. Probably something that inconvenienced a group of other people, like the ring that was going on 1102 Red Wing.
Makes more sense to me.
Yeah. Stacy has no idea. I can't get over that. I got no idea what could have happened, but as for everybody else that hangs out at my house all the time and I'm married to, they could probably be them, I think. Yeah, you know. But
I like when he says it makes no sense to me. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, the guy sat in front of us and gave us an admission. He admitted it. You know, he admitted having all of this extensive knowledge. You know, he has no idea why the cops are after him, yet he has this fake ass alibi that he wants to convince. You know, who cares? Everybody had to been doing something that day, but how his points him in a direction of innocence is beyond me. It's just not in the cards.
No. Mm-mm.
Oh, well,
I guess we just keep on keeping on. I mean, that's pretty much all we can do. because I mean, Michael needs to be found, and his parents, they need closure. And sadly, the way it's looking, so do other victims and their families.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. There's a greater ring at play here, and these four are probably the bottom feeders of it. What sort of money are they after in that, I wonder? I'm interested.
How
But
can,
it's
how
one of
can,
those
how
things
can
I
you
don't.
not work? How can you not work and be that fucking fat?
Because he's been raised by a system that's trying to get him motivated his whole life, and he just expects another step in that process. He never gets used to doing things for himself to begin with.
And I'm going to catch it for that. I'm going to catch it for that because there's a couple of channels that keep saying, well, she's fat shaming. I'll fat shame myself. I need to lose 20 pounds. If I want to fat shame, I'll do it.
First things first, where's your shitter? I've got a turtle head poking in. I got a crap on deck that could choke a donkey. Oh.
Oh my God.
Nasty, nasty people. I can't even say nasty because the word I want to use will get me taken down for a week to a month.
Can you spell it? Like, what is it? Can you allude to it?
Oh, the word that I want to use?
Yeah.
Ooh, I think I've said enough today.
Okay.
Tell you what, these people, they drive me insane, and having to sit there and talk to Stacy. Like I said, I've talked to Don for a long time. I wouldn't let him, come on because all he wants to do is spin tires and waste time. He's like Jody Sue.
Right.
Candace isn't going to say anything because she's just not. Summer Wells and Michael Vaughn's case are nothing alike. Nothing. And the comparisons, and I'm telling you guys, mark it down. The comparisons between Don, Candace, and Grandis are nothing compared to what's going to be coming out with these four fucks.
This is going to be incredibly sad. It doesn't get any more real than than what these four are fucking doing and relevant. People could scream and talk about this. Please talk about this nonstop because it's a legitimate scenario that you can really sink your teeth into.
And I don't think you want to. I don't think you want to. Because this is a side of evil. Because we know in true crime, there's cases that people will grab onto because they can grasp it. They know it's gross. They know it's disgusting, but they can get through it. There are some cases you can't. And unfortunately, this case is one. This is a realm of evil that you don't even want to think about. And this is a realm of evil that Michael's parents have had to think about every day. And
So
law enforcement has to uncover a little bit every day. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I almost interrupted. Without saying too much, but I mean, in a circumstance like this, the only thing we have left to discuss of what we're really alluding to, small bits at a time, is which one of these two were the props. Every serial individual like this, when it comes to child predators, will like their little utility men. Like they'll have other kids recruiting out there, going to pick out the next victim or have a way of vetting new victims. And I'm sure it'll be no different with this crew.
I can only give my opinion because I'm not a detective. I don't have any.
We don't have all the facts at this point.
No, I don't have a.
It would probably have to be Sarah and Stacy, in my opinion. There's no other, they're the big ringleaders. But
Sarah runs the roost, but I believe Stacy's the groomer.
Yeah.
He found her on this line, which is for
hookups.
and they were married a week later.
Oh my God. Could you imagine? What the hell is going on? That, like, I mean, he was out there predating right away, and that's what he was really after. You know, does he actually know what he's after? He's just looking to fill a void. A live link romance.
Why romance? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you've seen their wedding video where they're like wrestling each other and stuff.
Yeah. That move at the end. Yesterday I watched that. That was funny.
And like they don't even have rings or anything. He doesn't even know her name.
He doesn't know Sarah's name? What do you mean?
Like they're tripping over names and everything.
Oh, you mean in the in the what do they call that? The vows.
And then
what's your name again? All right.
Yeah.
That's
I'm like,
perfect.
okay, it was kind of cute when Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee did it, but you guys don't. No, you don't fit that bill.
They play out like they are, though.
Oh yeah,
especially with the video cameras.
And he's like, we're Christians, so this, people trying to delve into their religion. Just my opinion. Forget it.
They have no religion. They have no Christianity. This is just a cover. This is a desperate attempt to make it look that like they're holy. And believe me, they're searching for answers and they're trying to apply all of these things the Bible tells them, but they have no religion. They don't like to follow rules. That was what got them into this mess in the first place.
No, these are social deviants. I think about what the DA said when they went to court and wanted a very high bond for Sarah and said because she cannot follow societal norms. And that's where it is, my friends. When someone cannot, you get in trouble, you get in trouble. But you do the right thing, you correct it. But he said she cannot follow societal norms.
I wonder what that actually means. We'll know in time. We'll know much later, I guess.
Well, I mean, think about it. We all know right from wrong. We know we can F up. We know that. But societal norms are different than just laws. She cannot. He was talking to the judge, making sure there was a high-ass bond on there. She cannot follow societal norms. That's basically, in a nutshell, societal norms are this. The 7 deadly sins. She can't stay away from this. Wrath, greed, envy, sloth, lust.
Social norms. Yeah. Are shared standards of acceptable behavior by groups. Informal understandings that govern the behavior of members of a society. Probably because she's so brainwashed into this sex fucking cult, this deviant sex cult that you could name it much because of the crimes that they carry out, much worse than that.
Here, I'm going to put the clip up.
This is fucking the depths of hell itself.
I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
Initially disappeared. I think it shows that she's a danger to the community, and she fails to abide by the social norms that we all expect. And there are obviously very serious implications in her being aware of his whereabouts this whole time. So the state's asking for a $1 million bond. This Maloney.
You could say that, and after her psych eval, they could say she's so detached from any sort of normal emotions, she can find no resolve. She doesn't understand the wrong or her behavior in accordance with the law. Could you not just say the same thing?
Well, you could, but they better find a different state because Idaho doesn't fuck around.
Oh no.
They're gonna give you a hug and a pill. They're gonna get you ready, and you're gonna sit there. You're gonna understand what you did. There's only a few states in America that go, for this I mean, it's got to be extreme. There's a guy in Texas that took his own eyeballs out with a spoon.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah. And they were like, no, no, you're still gonna get the DP.
Oh no, oh yeah, that's not a crazy defense. That's just really not wanting, he's really wanting to get a defense. I get that. Making it look like that. Oh my God.
Well, AB, I appreciate you being on here. This is probably the longest show I have ever done. And
I'm tired too.
No, thank you so much for all the work you have been doing for Michael Vaughn. Auntie M said, Brooke, are you worried that Stacy said he loves you? No.
Did he say that to you?
Oh yeah. He has said it to a lot of people.
I love you.
A lot of people. Mm-hmm.
Well, we all love you in a Christian way.
Yeah, that's kind of how I said it back to him. I said, well, I love you in God's way, which is the worst thing you can say to a man.
Well, why? What did he say? What did he say to you back?
Well, I never heard I love you again.
Oh. I love you in a brotherly way.
Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, thanks,
brother. That was even a lie. You even lied to him there.
Yeah, he's not my brother. No way.
Okay, Brooke, I appreciate it. We're going to go have a nutrition break now.
Okay, let's have nutrition break, and I will see you guys back here tomorrow morning. Thank you so much, AB. Let's have a round of applause for our friend AB for coming up. Thank you all for being here today. I love you so much. Thank you. I understand that OJ was causing a lot of havoc in the background. I did go back into the living room and put on his birds and squirrels. He should be okay. Very happy that AB popped on. And Alicia said, I love you all in God's way. I don't think you want to love someone in God's way sometimes, because sometimes God can be pretty mean. Woo! Parting the seas, tornadoes, earthquakes. You never know. So if you missed the show, go back to the beginning. We had a lot of stuff to unpack, as I said this morning. And tomorrow we have another show. Same time, same place, same amazing people. Amazing people. Because you guys are always here for the right reasons and you do the right things. I love you more than in God's way, but not like in a Stacy and Sarah way. Does that make sense? I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. We're out, OJ.